How is everybody today?
Good and fine.
Good. My name is Tim Neverett. I'm one of the broadcasters for the Dodgers. I do radio and television, and if you look really closely, occasionally I'll be anchoring in the studio. You might catch that five to 6 days a year. That's about it. My role with the Dodgers is really neat. I really enjoy it. It's a situation where I'll work about anywhere from 30 to 40 games on television, where I'll also do, maybe upwards of 65, 70 games on radio, plus a lot of the spring training. So it's a pretty heavy schedule, but we rotate in. So Charlie Steiner is our main radio announcer. He'll do a certain number of games. I do the balance. I work with Rick Monday on radio. Love it. Rick's one of the best analysts ever. Also on television with Oral Hershiser and Nomar Garciaparra, when Joe Davis is off doing his national work with Fox. So it's a really neat position that I'm in. And really, I've been, I think, one of the luckiest guys in this business, to be quite honest. Right place, right time. I heard Pittsburgh mentioned, and I loved being in Pittsburgh when I was there. I was with the Pirates for 7 years. Many people forget or don't know, not that they forget, that they never knew, didn't have to know, but I actually started my broadcasting career with the Pirates in AA when I was 19 years old, in the old Eastern League in Nashua, New Hampshire, my hometown. But, that being said, and I do agree with Steve Bloom that PNC is as beautiful as it looks, and I miss it all the time. I'm back in Pittsburgh a lot more often than people think. I was just there a few weeks ago. And I was probably there twice in a 4-week period, I think, during the holidays. But still keep in touch with many of my friends with the Pirates. And yeah, when I was there, we started to win. When I first got there, it was pretty bad. But then started to win. 2011, you could see some signs. 2013, made the postseason. That was the best chance they've had in years. In fact, it came down to a crucial game 4 of the NLDS against the Cardinals in a great matchup between Michael Wacha and Charlie Morton. They both pitched what I thought were the games of their lives, especially Wacha. Cardinals won. We had to go back to St. Louis to face a rested Adam Wainwright, who hadn't lost a single game at home, and the rest is history. But made the wild card in 15, made the 14. Madison Bumgarner did him in, and then in 15, the Cubs, Jake Arrieta did him in. Since then, the Pirates haven't been back out of the postseason, haven't sniffed it. I went to Boston after the 15 season. That's where I'm from originally. My family was there. My parents were ill. I felt it was the right thing to do, was to go home and be around them. And so, lo and behold, I was able to continue to do Major League Baseball, work on Red Sox radio there for 3 years. They were in last place before I got there. The 3 years I was there were 3 division titles and a World Series title. Didn't need to be in New England anymore. So got a great offer from the Dodgers after the 18 season. And there was no way I could say no. I played Little League Baseball for the Dodgers. I played semi-pro baseball for the Dodgers. What are my other Dodger? Oh, AAA baseball. I did the Dodgers affiliate for a while. There was just too many Dodger connections. So I said I have to be with the big club. And in 2019, it was my first year. 2020 was the pandemic shortened year, and in the year that we won this right here. Got this is what they play for, and this is why they do it. So I brought the hardware along today. I figured that Barry promised me a full security detail, so we would have I could bring this anyway. So let folks in the room who are here as a bonus in a little bit. But in 2020, it was so different. It was extremely different. We didn't know what we were going to see. We were at spring training in Arizona, about a couple of weeks in, and all of a sudden we're being sent home. when I got home, my wife and I decided, all right, let's go up and quarantine in the mountains in New Hampshire. So we took our dog, our trusty chocolate lab, and we went up there, and we were hiking around in the woods one afternoon. And the idea came up that, we talked about, hey, any news on baseball today? What are you hearing? Are you going to go back? Are you going to have any season? Do you think you'll have the season off? All these questions. There were far more questions than answers. And so just thinking out of the box, I said, you know what, maybe I should start chronicling it on a day-by-day basis. Just if we go back, because when we do go back, it's going to be different than it ever has been. And it certainly was. And so that was the basis for my book called COVID Curveball. I'd never written a book before. I think people look at me, people, friends of mine that know me, would probably say, you've probably written more books than you've read. And I've only written one. So, but that's not true. Part that I wrote one is true, but the part that I've read more than I've written is. Anyway, so one of the things that we're dealing with this book is, how is this going to be different? How is this going to be a different kind of season? What's going to be different about it? Well, at the time of quarantine, we didn't know if we'd have a season. We didn't know if we'd play 100 games, 120, 60, 40, whatever it was. When we finally knew what it was, and I got the phone call saying, okay, you're going to reconvene at Dodger Stadium, and it's going to be this, and you're going to do that. That's when I started really catching up on what had already happened in spring training. So by the time I got back to Los Angeles, I was caught up, and I started writing every day. I started writing about what I was noticing outside, what I was noticing at the stadium, how the testing was going. The fact that I couldn't get into the stadium because somebody spelled my name wrong on a testing label kept me out of the stadium for 3 days. I almost missed opening day. So, all these little things that had happened. And then during the season, what it was like with nobody in the stands, what it was like, as a Dodger broadcaster, being in the ballpark with no fans, staring at the blank white backs of these cardboard cutouts that continued to grow in number by homestand. What it was like when the team was on the road and the stadium was dark and it was just us and a TV screen in there. What it was like, dealing with wildlife that started to come down from the hills and take over the parking lots at Dodger Stadium because there was nobody there. All these stories. Where did my partner, Rick Monday, live? How did he live during that time? And where was it? It was, I'll tell you, it was in the parking lot, but the book has more on that. And why was he there and things like that. So, in fact, I wasn't allowed to even talk about it. None of us were until Rick actually left the parking lot almost halfway through last season. So there's a story that nobody knows there, but also what was happening around that time in terms of social justice, in terms of why there were games protested by players, why they didn't play. What was going on there? What were the makeups like? What was it like heading toward the postseason and then all the way through the postseason day by day? I didn't tell anybody that I wrote it. I didn't tell anybody I was writing it, not even the closest people to me in the organization. I just continued to keep it as a private journal on a day-by-day basis. Game would end. I'd go back to where I was living during the season, which I was actually put up at the Westin Bonaventure Hotel in downtown LA on the 22nd floor. And I experienced what a 22nd floor tower earthquake was like one night too. That was not very fun. Because if I was on the third floor, I probably wouldn't have felt it. But the 22nd floor, you start swaying, and when you have floor to ceiling windows and you're sitting at a desk that's against one of them, and all of a sudden you start leaning forward and you're looking down at the ground, you think the building's coming over. And that's what I experienced. And I write about that experience in the book, and what else was shaking and moving around in that tower during that time. Earthquakes are nothing special to people in Southern California. Heck, I think we had one the other day. No one's talking about it. And I've been through a few of them since. In fact, during the 2019 season, we had one during a Dodger game. Kike Hernandez was at the plate. All of a sudden, I noticed the center field camera shaking. People standing at the home plate and on the field never even felt it. So it was really strange. And the game never paused. But That's just part of being in Southern California. Anyway, there's a lot of different stories about that 2020 season, about what was happening around the rest of baseball, about what was happening around the rest of sports, some of my own personal stories. And yes, Steve Bloom, there is some Pittsburgh story in there. There's a little Boston story in there as well. Alex Cora, the manager of the Red Sox, when he was with the Dodgers, people remember him, what he did for me personally during a very tough time that I was going through when my dad had suddenly passed. Things like that. People in baseball step up. So there's some other personal stories in there as well, and they're all kind of intertwined and related to the 2020 pandemic season. So the book is called COVID Curveball. It's about that championship season. So I thought.
From rehab. I'm your occupational therapist today.
Okay.
Is it okay if I see you before
Steve,
that?
Oh, Steve Ames,
please silence your,
we can hear you.
please,
Weather
Sorry,
dog
Steve.
right now.
Anyway,
You want me
Steve,
to
please
come back?
mute yourself.
What time do you think?
Steve, please mute yourself.
can we mute him here?
Maybe.
Yeah, there we go. So anyway, what I was saying is I was looking for somebody, the perfect person to do the forward for this book. And I thought to myself, okay, I had a list of a couple of different people, and I said, you know what? Don't overlook the obvious. And it was one of the people that I worked closest with, because he was the MVP of the last World Series that the Dodgers played in not played in, but won in 1988. And Oral Hershiser. I said, who better? A guy who speaks for a living, number one, but a guy who experienced it as a pitcher, pitching a complete game in a World Series against Oakland to give the Dodgers their last win. What was going through his mind? And how can he bridge 1988 to 2020? So I asked Oral about it, and before I could even finish asking the question, he gave me the answer. Absolutely, be happy to do it. So we went through it together, and just to get into his mind about what he was thinking about, ready to throw that final pitch. And if you remember, there was a brief moment where he sort of stepped back and kind of looked almost movie-like, not as obvious as you'd see in a Hollywood script, but almost. When he stepped back for a second and just took the moment in, shrugged his shoulders, and then got back on the mound and threw the last pitch and threw it up and in. He got strike three, and the place went crazy. He takes you through what it was, doing having to remember in that moment, a moment you work your entire life for that you may never get to, but he did. You have to remember to do the Disney commercial, right? He tells us about that. He talks about the whole thing. So you really get into his mind, and then he bridges that to 2020 and talks about how winning the World Series MVP was going to change Corey Seager forever, and how it had changed his life forever. Things like that. And he talks about, the impact of Mookie Betts and the play of Cody Bellinger, the different things that went on, how important, Dave Roberts was in certain roles in terms of his pitching decisions down the stretch. And also, looking at Julio Urias and how he will be remembered for being the guy to get the final out, to strike out the last batter in a World Series. Because among all those people, only Oral and Julio know what that feels like. When you look at a stretch of Dodgers from 1988 to 2020, only those guys know what that feels like. Now, there are others that we know of who know what it feels like. And I think about my time with the Pirates, and I think of Kent Tekulve and Steve Blass. They both were there on the mound for the last out of those World Series in 1971 and 1979. So they know what it's like. Chris Sale with the Red Sox knows what it's like in 2018 when he struck out Manny Machado. And that's an interesting story too. I don't know if anybody knows why Chris Sale was even on the mound in 2018 when you had Craig Kimbrell in the bullpen. You had two other pitchers, Joe Kelly being one of them, and Baldy already warming up. But that's another story I could tell if anybody wants to know. I know I heard somebody was a Red Sox fan in this call. So, but anyway, the book is a journey through that 2020 season, what the pandemic did to baseball, what it was like going through it in a first person sense, all of the protocols that you had to go through, all the things you had to deal with. And believe me, no complaint whatsoever about the season because we got to actually see baseball. We were challenged the way we had to do things the way we normally don't do things. So was it inconvenient? Absolutely. But what about the inconveniences everybody else was going through? Okay, ours were minimal. I want everybody to understand that. About complaining about, oh, we had to wear masks or we had to, get tested all the time. No, that we were happy to do it. And I was happy to do all of that so that I could do my job and be a conduit between the ball club and the fans, because for baseball fans, for Dodger fans, the only way they were going to watch or listen to the Dodgers was through us. So we felt all of us were very happy to do whatever it was to be able to go to work. Calling a radio game during that season was different, I should say, because Charlie Steiner didn't come to the ballpark. He was set up at his house over in Brentwood. So he never came to Dodger Stadium. He and Rick didn't lay eyes on each other for well over a year. I did come to the stadium, and they moved us out of the radio booth because they felt it wasn't big enough to socially distance us properly. So we were in one of the luxury suites just on the third base side. I would sit in the front row. I had these equipment cases, these plastic equipment cases that were piled up in the seat next to me, I would use as a desk. And we had a little tiny counter where people normally put their drinks on. That was my workspace. And I had a headset on and I had to lean right over the railing. I had a great seat for the ball games. Great seat for the games. Now, Rick was sitting 4 rows behind me, the first row inside the luxury suite. Anybody's been to a luxury suite at Dodger Stadium, there's a table there, a little living room lamp there and a little table. He was nice and comfy. And then our producer, Dwayne McDonald, was about 10 or 12 feet back at a table inside the booth. So we were very well spread out. So Rick got a great view of the back of my head for the whole season. And that's pretty much it. When we talk to each other, we know each other well enough where I didn't have to turn around and look at him. We would just talk normally, but we were in the same room and same area. We could see each other if we had to. And then, Spanish was next to us with Jorge Hurin at the time and Jaime Hurin. And Efren Meza, their producer, was next door. And then a few booths down would be television. And it was the regular television booth because it was wired a certain way and lit a certain way. And when we were in there and the games that I worked with Oral in there, we figured we were about 5 feet 11 inches apart. And that was close enough. So it was different. It was very different. There were some nights when somebody decided to test the PA system. I think we were playing, it was a road game against the Diamondbacks. The stadium was dark, just the broadcasters were there. Somebody didn't realize what it was that we were doing in the booths. So they came in and they started testing the PA system. A little bit of music blast and on the PA, test. So we're trying to figure out how to cover this audio that's coming over the PA through all of our microphones, through all the system and into your living room on television. So we just looked at each other and shrugged our shoulders and didn't say anything and figured, well, maybe they'll think it's coming from Arizona. So we kind of got away with it. But there were other times, last year where it carried over where we didn't travel, where there were events at the stadium. There was a wedding one day. There was the LA Fire Department had their award ceremony where they used the PA and Dodger Vision, and you couldn't help but hear it in the background. So these were things that went on. There was later in the season, I was doing a television game with Oral. There was a big concert being set up for the next day. They promised us that the sound check would end at a certain time so that we could tape things for our pregame. Well, it did. But then all of a sudden, sometime during the game, they decided to pick up the sound check again at volume 25, out of 10. It was incredible. So I looked at Oral, I said, are you taking requests this evening? And he said, I will, if I can get my eardrums back. But there was, we had some challenges because of the unique situation due to COVID that carried over into last season as well, where we did not travel with the team, not once. We were one of the very few, if not the only broadcast crew to not travel for the postseason. So I don't know what the exact plans are for this year, although I've been told to expect to go back on the road, which I am very excited about that. So, but anyway, as far as the book was concerned, it was something that I have a good friend of mine who I know has spoken on SABR Day before and at different SABR events. He's written 7 baseball books and is working on his 8th right now. He's a former teammate of mine at Emerson College in Boston. His name is Eric Sherman. And I leaned on Eric. I said, how do I start writing a book? He said, well, do you have Microsoft Word? I said, yeah. He said, you know how to type? I said, yeah. He said, so open up Microsoft Word, start typing. He goes, you're not going to start a book unless you do it that way. So I did that. And I said, so there's no trick to it? He goes, no, just start typing. He goes, when the manuscript's done, they'll fix it. Don't worry. And he was right. So once your manuscript is turned in, there are other people, they make mistakes too. And we go over them and over them and over them and over them. And that takes time. And then finally the book came out. And due to the fact we haven't had book signings, we started offering signed books on social media last year, and that worked pretty well. And we did a few up and around the holidays, and every time I'd get a shipment in, they'd sell out, and it was nice. And so I recently got a shipment in heading towards spring training, and thought today that for folks with SABR that we would offer books to you, free shipping. Typically, there's a shipping cost, but for anybody here, I'll pay for the shipping for all of them. If you want a signed book, the best way to do it is just find me on social media, either on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. Any one of those 3. If you send me a direct message on any one of those 3, I'll tell you how to get a book, and we'll ship them directly to you. And we've got enough where we can start shipping them out this week. So if anybody's interested in reading COVID Curveball about the Dodgers 2020 season, if you haven't heard about it, here to tell you about it today, but also here to talk about Dodger baseball and baseball in general. But I'm happy to take any questions anybody has about that 2020 season, about the book, about anything else related to baseball. I'm certainly here and happy to talk. I'll be here for a while, but happy to answer any questions about broadcasting baseball. Again, some of the things we had to do. I've got stories. I got plenty. In fact, I'll start you with one here. Last year, Rick Monday and I are doing radio. We're doing a series against the Marlins in Miami. So we're at Dodger Stadium. It's an afternoon game for us here because it's an evening game out east. There's the kids clinic going on the field at Dodger Stadium. So they're not exactly quiet, but whatever. We're just doing the game. 5 times during that game, our video feed. The first time, and I'm pretty sure Tom Hallion was the home plate umpire, and I was glad of it. If it wasn't Tom, it was somebody else who was good and loud on strike 3 call, because there was a 2-strike count. The pitcher threw home. Just as he released the pitch, black screen. We can't see, but I had the audio. I heard the and I heard the umpire go 3, which if it's a swinging strike, they don't do that. So I just said, called strike 3, that's the inning. For the Marlins, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left, no Dodger errors, and at the end of 2, so Dodgers 2, Marlins nothing. Back after this on whatever, right? And Rick looks at me and he goes, when we went into break, he takes his headset off and he goes, how the hell did you know that? I said, blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while. It just happened. I said, it had to be called. And he was laughing. He goes, all right, let's hope it doesn't happen again. Well, it happened 4 more times. And each time, there were different points in the game. And at one point, Rick we looked at each other, shrugged our shoulders. And then he finally said, folks, you probably guessed we're not at the ballpark. We're at Dodger. And he told the story. I tried to I didn't try to fool anybody. I never lied about the fact we weren't there. I never tried to fool anybody, but I didn't want to go as far as Rick did, but Rick said, we're not there. He goes, our video screens have been going out. And we'll tell you this, if it goes out again, we're going to start doing play-by-play of this kids clinic that's going down the field in front of us. So fortunately it did. If it did go out again, I was going to use the, MLB at bat app, basically recreation. That's kind of where we were last year with broadcasting. We actually were walking a tightrope without a net on a lot of days. There were times we had audio issues, or other games we had video issues. But to the crew's credit, and to everybody's credit, there were times when I would hear from people in baseball. They'd text me and say, "Are you at the game? Because it looks like you are." And at one point, we would send our sideline reporter to the game. And Kirsten Watson, in her first year, to her credit, jumped on the assignment, and she would be at the game. And we might have a shot of her pregame on the field or in the stands during the game. Some of it recorded, and people didn't know the way we kind of weaved it in. It didn't look recorded. But it gave the look that we were actually there. But you never saw us on camera at the park. We would always be in the esteemed Vin Scully press box at Dodger Stadium. But people didn't notice sometimes. And I think that's just a testament to all the production people, all the hardworking people. And on the radio side of it, where it sounded more normal, our producer, Dwayne McDonald, who's, I think, the best I've ever worked with, and is a really talented man. So I give him a lot of credit too. But, during the season last year, it was challenging because we were sort of at the disposal when the team was on the road, we were at the disposal of the other team's producer and director. They called the shots. So sometimes in San Francisco, they had a low home camera that sits off to the first base side. And sometimes the director would fall in love with that camera a little bit too much. And we're trying to call radio, we can't see the game, it looks good on television. Now, granted, they had to understand everybody's taking their feed and they can't do what they would normally do to tailor a telecast, right, to the home market. We couldn't do it either for our home games. This year, we're looking forward to doing that again, hopefully, where we can tailor our telecast to a Dodger audience. And it's not just a basic broadcast. So if you watched a Red Sox game on TV and they were playing the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, you were getting the Yes Network, essentially their cameras, with the exception of one or two cameras that would be allowed to shoot from the Red Sox stuff. Same thing if you were a Pittsburgh Pirates fan and you were playing the St. Louis Cardinals, same thing. You get the Cardinals feed. Yet your audio for your announcers would be over it, and then you'd have a camera or two, and if you were talking about a player on your bench, they could shoot that player. Talking about the manager, they could shoot your manager. So it would look a little more like your broadcast. And the graphics were done back in your home studio. So it was your graphics over the feed. And all these layers had to be put together, layer by layer by layer, before it got to you at home. And when you turned on the TV to watch your local team's games and you saw it, you're like, hey, it's pretty good. Not bad. You have no clue what went on behind the scenes in order to get it to you. There was a lot of hardworking people and talented people and smart people that figured it out. And a lot of those people, I do believe, I can't speak for them all, but I've talked to some of them and they're anxious to go back to another way that's a lot more convenient and more creative and better. And that'll get you the games that look better ultimately in the end. Radio games, we're hopeful that we can be back on the road as well, because we had multiple screens. One of them is what we called an all nine. I explained this in the book, and you went through the same tactic last year, where you would see it above stadium shot, not straight down, but from high home, and you'd see all the positions. So you could see where people were lined up. You could see base runners, but it was a monitor over here, but the game monitor was over here. So you had to have a swivel for a neck. In other words, and the monitor was not very big. So let's say there were runners on first and second, less than 2 outs. or it didn't matter how many outs. Runners on first and second. There's a gap shot to right center field. Now you're seeing it on the game monitor. Now you don't know where the base runners are, right? Because the game camera is following that baseball into the right center field gap. You can't see the base runner. So now you're taking your eyes off of the game over here to try to pick up where the base runners are going, to see if the guy's going to try to score from second, or if it goes deep enough, if the guy might even try to score, if he was on the run, score from first. Now you get an idea of where they are. Now you're going to refocus back over here on the game camera. In the meantime, you don't know where they cut. You don't know what you're looking at. So it takes a second to figure it out. And you might have to go back and see where the runners are. If there's a play at the plate, now you go, you know, all these years, your muscle memory is trained to look down there, to look at the field. I can't tell you how many times, whether it was the TV or radio booth, and the team was on the road, I looked down at an empty field during a game that I'm supposed to be watching on TV. And all I would see was this round tarp with a hose wrapped around it so it wouldn't blow away in the wind. That's what I mean, still, you're just trained to do that for years and years and years, and that's what you do. So it was trying to retrain your brain, retrain your eyes, retrain the way that you go about your job. And you know, I think we all did a good enough job where we got the score right every day. And that was I think, the main thing. But you know, try to get the details right. I know there was one particular play in Arizona. Matt Beatty hit a ball deep right center, which is one of the most difficult places if it comes down off that steel girder type wall there, because there's a yellow line that goes this way, right? This is center field. It goes out toward right and left center, then down, and then out this way. It came down at such a trajectory, it hit one of the beams that stuck out and then bounced back up. And I saw a fan reaching for the ball. I thought it was a home run because I couldn't see it because we were watching it on a TV screen. So I thought it came down, because the fan was looking up. That's a telltale sign that the ball's coming out of the air, right? Then I see the center fielder actively playing the ball. And I see Matt Beatty actively running around second base as I look on the all-9 screen, and I realize, oh yeah, I goofed up. How do I get out of this? So I corrected it. We showed it on replay, you know, showed how close it was to being a home run, but it came down in front of the wall. And it's just, you know, things that they're going to happen. Nothing is going to be perfect in that virtual world of calling baseball games. And with so many innings and so many hours, something weird was going to happen. And, you know, certainly a lot of behind the scenes things did. A lot of people made a big deal out of John Sterling, the radio announcer of the Yankees, calling a replay for a home run. A Giancarlo Stanton, I believe, home run. I felt awful for him because I know exactly how it happened. You know, he's not at the game. You have other things you have to look at. You keep a scorebook. You have to read press notes in the notes that you make. You take your eyes off the screen during the game often. And he looked back on the screen. They cut to something else. It seemed out of context to him. It might have been live. I can certainly understand how that happened. You know, there's other colleagues of mine in baseball, similar things happened to. It happened to me last year. They showed somebody on tape who was on deck. No one knew, especially me. I said, so-and-so's on deck. Somebody said in my ear, that's on tape. Don't refer to it as live because it's on tape. Because the home show, which was not ours, had it as something that they wanted to show. I believe it was Albert Pujols who was on deck, and they showed him for their show. But because it was Pujols, nobody thought to cover it with ours. Complicated stuff. But I was looking at a thing on tape and saying it was live. I thought it was live. You know, so nobody knew. Nobody ever knew that one. But I can understand how these things happen. But so the challenges were there. This was all, you know, the broadcasting side from the COVID season, but I give the players, I give the coaches, I give everybody a lot of credit for what they did to get through that 2020 season. It really was really spectacular in terms of the way that in empty stadiums, when they got on the field, they played Major League Baseball at a Major League level. So I give them a lot of credit, but lots to talk about with the book, baseball, anything else. I'm happy to answer any questions. Anybody want to jump in with any questions? I'll be happy to answer anything you got.
Tim,
Yes.
I've got a suggestion for the situation you were just describing, which
Yes.
actually predates the whole COVID thing. I often notice this, but when my wife walks into the room and they're doing a replay and she thinks it's live, when you're doing tape, why don't you just take like a thin blue frame around the screen as a visual clue? This is tape. This is a replay.
I think that's a thought. I don't know the technical side of how they would do that. But typically what they do is if you see like a logo or you see the screen move, right? It's called a wipe. So they'll wipe into one.
Right.
And oftentimes it's from a different angle. Oftentimes also the analyst is talking over a replay.
Right.
And that ought to be a clue too.
There's a number of clues, but there could be better ones on.
Yeah.
A visual one.
Yeah, and I think as time goes on in television, there'll be more innovations, and that's one of them. And then when I suggest it and then they implement it, I'll take full credit for it. How's that?
Good.
No, I won't. I won't do that to you. I won't do that to you. That's a good suggestion, though. I'll bring that up. I know somebody I can bring it up to, but again, it's the technical side of it. And
Yeah.
all that stuff. That's a good thought. That's a good thought. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a question and a comment for you.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Good, how are you? Well, the comment is a lot of us miss listening to you here in Boston. And the question is, you mentioned Chris Sale in 2018. What's the story behind that?
All right, well, Chris Sale in 2018, before Game 5 of the World Series, went into Alex Cora's office at Dodger Stadium. And he said, he went to him, and I don't know his exact words. I know because Alex told me the story, so I imagine the words changed a little bit, but he said, I'm ready for whatever you need me for tonight. He said, I will pitch tonight. And he's like, okay, fine, no problem. So it's late in the game. It looks like everything's in hand. I think Steve Pierce hit another home run or something. Mookie hit a home run in the 8th inning, I think, to put it away. And in the bullpen, Nathan Eovaldi is going, and he pitched that wonderful Game 3 in that loss when he gave up the walk-off to Max Muncy in Game 3. And Eovaldi pitched great in relief. I thought Walker Buehler was the pitcher of the game. However, he never gets any credit for it. Buehler was unhittable while he was in that game. But back to Game 5. It's the clinching game. Joe Kelly, who's with the Red Sox, is warming up in the right field visitors bullpen. Nathan Eovaldi is on the mound next to him. Craig Kimbrell, you can argue it, you can maybe not argue it, but during our time in recent years has been one of the best closers in baseball history. He's got amazing numbers. He's in the bullpen, and as a closer, he's thinking the phone's going to ring at some point, and he's going to get told to get up there and start pitching. Chris Sale somehow walks through the stadium, not the stadium stands, but underneath, gets out to the bullpen, and just walks out there and tells Joe Kelly and Nathan Eovaldi to sit down. Nobody told him to get up. Nobody told him to warm up. And Sale went up there and started warming up. Guys in the dugout are hitting Cora on the arm, and they, hey, look down the bullpen. He sees Sale warming up. He goes, I guess Sale's going in. So 9th inning comes. He runs Sale out of there. And there's kind of for Red Sox fans, there's kind of an iconic shot video-wise over the bullpen from the pavilion at Dodger Stadium, where even Kimbrell's got his hands up because they know it's over. They know, because they knew Sale's physical ability at that point, his mindset. They knew his slider was virtually unhittable at that time. So they're all jumping up and down as Sale runs out of the bullpen. I know sitting in the Red Sox radio booth with Joe Castiglione, and Joe's seen so many big moments. I've seen a few myself. Both of us, goosebumps. I mean, it was one of those goosebump moments, watching him come out there. And then he comes out and it's just, 1, 2, 3 lights out, and Machado's on a knee striking out, no chance at the slider. But the fact of the matter is, Chris Sale did that himself. And Alex Cora was not there to argue with him. So, and the way that Alex had used the pitchers during the World Series anyway, and during the postseason, he had used the starters a little differently, but Sale was the one guy he didn't touch. That was different. He didn't bring him in relief. Evaldi, he did. Rick Porcello, he did. One other one. I want to say Eduardo Rodriguez, he did. David Price, he did. Right? So Chris Sale, he didn't until that last out was recorded or the last inning of the World Series. So that's the Chris Sale story, Joanne. I miss seeing you over there at Gate D.
Yeah, I still hang around there before the games on the weekend. So, and like you said, the 2020 season was a weird season. I would go in on a Sunday just to get my Fenway fix and a little bit, but I'd stand on the corner anyways and watch a lot of the players come in. And then at the home at a certain time and watch the game on TV. So, but we do miss hearing you on the radio.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Joanne. I appreciate it.
So what are they telling you about spring training? Starting on time?
For those who didn't hear the question, I was asked if I think spring training is starting on time. That's a good question. I'm guessing that most people on this call know more about what's happening with the lockout than I do. I've tried to pay attention to it to the point where I'm looking for some positive news. We've all seen what's happened this week. We're all hopeful, but we all have watches and we all have calendars. So today is February 5th. Most teams would be due to report within 10 days, 10 days or so. Don't need to be a math major to figure that one out. So at this point in time, I would guess along with a lot of other people that there's probably going to be some adjustment to the schedule unless cooler heads prevail and somehow both sides figure things out. I'm like you. I'm like, I want people to figure it out. I want them to get it done just like everybody else does. I don't understand a lot of the issues, to their cores. I think as a lifelong baseball fan and somebody who is lucky to get to go to the park as often as I do, I'm more interested in the other issues like, will there be a DH in the National League? Will they not have the extra runner in the 10th inning? Things like that. I'm more interested in the playing rules and what they're going to do with that in terms of the collective bargaining agreement. And the other thing that interests me about it is the protocol stuff, the stuff that affects my job. Am I going to be allowed back in the clubhouse ever again? Because that's been thrown around, I've heard. Will the media, the writers, ever be allowed to cover baseball the way it was covered in the past? Will it change forever? Those are the things I'm interested in. Will we be relegated to just talking to players on the field? I hope not. I hope we're able to go back in because you get a more truer sense and you build relationships better that way. And this is a relationship game, right? Baseball's a relationship sport. You play every day for 6-7 months. You're around a team for 8 months, sometimes longer, from the beginning of spring training to the end of the postseason. You build a lot of relationships over the years that help you in your job, that help be a better conduit between the fans and the team, that help tell better stories, that help show credibility that, you've been around, you've been there, done this, you've got stories. I think baseball is a story medium. People love hearing stories. And how do you get those stories? You get those stories by building those relationships, and then you have the trust. If somebody tells you something in baseball around the cage and they say, hey, don't say anything. I'm not going to run on the air. Or I'm not going to go tweet it right out, because you have to have trust with the people that you're around. You have to build on those relationships, and people have to trust you. Then that way you're going to get better stories later on. You know, there are some stories in the book COVID Curveball that I don't think people have, I know people have never heard about certain individuals that I think people would find interesting. But, you know, there's something about Mookie Betts in there, something he did for me and my family that for him, nothing. It's like just nothing for him, like blinking, right? But it meant a lot to some other people. And what the impact of a slight action by a player at a certain time in somebody's life can mean to somebody else in the group around them. So there's a lot of meaningful relationships that are built in baseball. And my whole thing is, are we going to get back to being in a position, you know, from the broadcaster standpoint, from the sports writer standpoint, from the media standpoint, from the conduit. Again, I look at myself as a conduit between media, between fan and ball club. But are we going to be able to get back into a position where we're able to be in position to tell better stories, to build back those relationships that we've lost over the last few years?
So who are the nicest guys on the Dodgers?
Oh, gosh. I'll tell you what, the nicest guys on the Dodgers, I mean, take your pick, really. And I'm not saying that as a home team guy. I'm saying that as a guy who's been around Major League Baseball for a while. I will tell you this, and this is no disrespect to where I worked before, but the very first day I showed up at spring training with the Dodgers, I was welcomed like I was never welcomed anywhere else. And it's a testament to the organization and the people there. I'll throw a name at you. My first day, walking down the hallway toward the clubhouse at Camelback Ranch. I had not been introduced to the team yet. I had not been on the field yet to talk to anybody. Here comes this red-bearded guy up the hallway, Justin Turner, and he goes, hey, this guy pays attention. It's just me and him in the hallway, walking same direction. I'm walking toward him, he's walking toward me. He goes, hey, you're the new broadcaster, Tim, right? And I go, yeah. He comes over, shakes my hand. He goes, if you need anything, you come see me. And I was dumbstruck, because I've got great relationships with players all over baseball, but no one has ever done that. No one has ever been that forthcoming. And there was another day I went and I was visiting with Dave Roberts in his office one morning, and he said, hey, we were talking about players. He was catching me up on some guys. I was taking some notes, and he said, hey, what are you doing Sunday morning? And this was on a Friday. And I said, well, since you're asking me that question, I imagine I'm going to be doing whatever you're about to ask me. And he says, yes. He goes, 9 a.m. or whatever time it was, 8 a.m., 9 a.m. He goes, the clubhouse door is going to be closed. I want you to open it and come in. And he goes, I want to have you in the clubhouse for the meeting. And I said, all right, I'll be there. He goes, just be on time. I said, I'll be there. So whatever time it was, I walked down there, opened the door, I slip in, I notice I'm the only one not a player or staff in there, you know, or field staff in there. And so Dave looks over and he sees me, and he does this big introduction for me. It has me come up. I wasn't expecting it. Had me come up and speak to the team. And it was a great way for me to be introduced to everybody at once. And after that, it was so easy for me to go up to guys because they had seen me. They had heard me talk. I was introduced to them by the manager. The manager gave me some very nice words. And so, you know, nobody's ever done that for me. And, you know, I enjoyed my time in Boston. I had a great, great love in Pittsburgh. But even that never happened there. And I could go in the clubhouse anytime I wanted in Pittsburgh. I had free reign of the place. It was a very different environment there, you know, in a positive way. But the Dodgers made me feel more welcome anywhere. Equipment man, Alex Torres, came up to me on the loading dock at Camelback Ranch. He goes, hey, I got some luggage for you. I got some stuff for you. I'm like, really? Red Sox made me buy it. I said, he said, you're kidding. I said, no. He goes, well, that's never going to happen here. He said, welcome, we're glad to have you. And then when I went upstairs, one of the first groups I saw was our Spanish broadcasters, Jaime Herrin and Pepe Inez, and they were in the hallway of the broadcast deck. And I had met Jaime. He had called me when I got the job. First day I got the job, he had called me to welcome me and wish me well. Charlie Steiner, first guy to call me, wish me well. I mean, this is minutes after I had signed, and they knew about it. And you're going to ask, yes, I have heard from Vin too. So it was, they reached out more so than any other organization to welcome me in and make me feel like I was a big part of it. And so, you know, players up and down, you know, one of your favorite all-time players, obviously Rich Hill. He's never met a wall he didn't like talking to. He's the greatest, funnest guy to talk to in baseball, I think. You know, all these guys. I mean, you go up and down that roster, and everybody's great. I had a great relationship with Mookie Betts for my time in Boston. Great with me. In fact, he was very willing to help me take a picture last year with him, with my book, to promote it. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but it's on social media. He's on the cover because I got to decide what was on the cover. So who else was I going to put on the cover, right? I'm going to put my man Mookie on there. So I did. But I think, you know, you go up and down that roster and they're all really good people. I've had, you know, nothing but positive things to say about anybody with this organization.
I have a word about Justin.
Yeah.
He played his college ball at Cal State Fullerton. And we have a club down there called the Dugout Club.
Right.
And we have dinners for them. And he is the nicest kid anyone ever met.
Oh, yeah.
And he grew into that man.
And he's very genuine. He doesn't, you know, he's so approachable. You know, he's another guy that took a picture with me to help promote. He wanted to help me promote the book. So he was great. You know, just a nice guy, raises money for charity, does a lot for people in the community, gives back. He understands it. He's had good fortune.
After graduation, he went with an all-star team around the country. He came back and there was a game going on against Long Beach State, their rival. He did not watch the game. He was down on the grass playing with children.
Yeah. You remember at the end of the 2020 World Series, Justin Turner was in the news a little bit because at the end of game 6, which I chronicle in the book as the most 2020 thing that ever happened in 2020 baseball. The fact that Blake Snell, who was pitching a lights out, unhittable for Tampa Bay, was not in the game longer than a guy with COVID-19 playing third base for the Dodgers due to analytics. You know, he was taken out. And Justin's test result from a previous test was inconclusive, didn't come back early enough, and then full story. But, you know, I mean, he's got TMZ following him around and all this other stuff. And that's kind of how the book begins, where I say TMZ is reporting this on Justin Turner. That's how it started. That's how it ended. This is how it started. And so he's mentioned quite a bit throughout the book in that story. So when I went up to him and talked to him about the book, I said, you know, you're in it, just so you know. Just kind of tongue in cheek. He goes, yeah, I kind of figured. I said, but I'm going to get you a copy. And I said, it's going to be you're going to read it. It's going to be very fair for you. So he goes, no, I want a copy. Give me a copy. He goes, I want to do something with you on it. And he goes, can I help you promote it? I'm like, yeah, let's take a picture. So we did. But he was really good about it and very good natured about it. But yeah, he's just one of the all-timers, I think, one of the real big guys in the game. So yeah, but he's you know, he's a wonderful guy. And I think this year, if the National League does have the designated hitter, I think he's probably going to get more at bats because he'll play third base. I think there are days when he'll just be the DH. I think they'll have multiple candidates to be a DH. I think they could have Max Muncy play everywhere. He could play third, second, first, DH. I mean, he's a Swiss Army knife. You know, so I think they'll have some options there, and he could be one of them.
Bullhorse would be.
Against lefties, I think I could see that. They got a couple things have to happen. They got to end the lockout. They got to sign. But you know, that's the funny thing too, is you think about, okay, let the lawyers and the people who are negotiating do their thing. Once that's done, think about what's next. Like if you look ahead, okay, is it going to be like water coming out of a fire hose? Yeah. The baseball news that's going to come out is going to be rapid fire. Players are going to be signing. There's going to be free agents moving around. There's going to be guys signing minor league deals with invites to spring training. There's going to be all these things happening. Spring training is going to start. There's still going to be signings going on. There's still going to be guys working out. There's going to be a ton of player movement and news. And it's going to happen in a shorter period of time than normal because of the current situation. But, you know, those who get their news off a computer screen, be prepared to be sitting at one for a while, because you're going to see a lot of it, I think. and the people who are behind the scenes, all the baseball operations people, these guys and women, these men and women, they work hard. They really do. And they've been putting in a lot of hours now. They've been putting a lot of hours into the minor league stuff now. They've been putting a lot of hours into what's going to happen at the AAA level. I think one of the best things that's happened at the AAA level is they've expanded that season. Now that you don't have the roster expansion at the major league level, this is what people don't talk about. I don't get this, but you don't have the roster expansion in September. You got to have a place for these guys to play. So it makes perfect sense to expand the AAA season deep into September. So now you've got guys, you can send guys to play and keep them ready, especially pitchers that you need, and you can move them up and back. That way there, it just makes way more sense for a AAA season, especially at the end. Like they can start later, but in the end, they should finish when the major league season finishes, I think. And I think they're getting closer to that, which is good. So, any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In 1981 and 1994, the local radio stations broadcast minor league games,
Mhm.
like KMPC, then the Angels, flagship, Dick Enberg and Don Drysdale, Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
The broadcast, is there any plans to do that?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's a good question. Although I did think of that recently. My wife and I and our dog just recently drove cross country. We stopped in Oklahoma City. Don't forget the dog. No, the dog he's not a dog. He's a human. He's just got a tail. But he is, anyway, he was in the park with us, of course, too. But I was at the ballpark and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if I'll be back here. I am going to be there actually on February 23rd. I'm doing a book signing at the ballpark for the Oklahoma City Dodgers charity. So I'm going to be back there then, late February, but not to do a game. But I have heard that in the past. I do know that other teams that when they have had work stoppages that they did that. They did minor league games. I know from my time working in pro hockey, when I worked in the old International Hockey League, when the last NHL work stoppage was, we had so many players from the Ottawa Senators on our team that came to play that the Ottawa Senators were carrying our games. So that's when I did the games in Las Vegas.
They actually sent, I think it was the 2004-2005 season. The Kings were affiliated with Manchester back then.
Right.
They actually played a few games in LA.
Yeah.
And the Ducks had a few games with
Yeah.
Cincinnati affiliate.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what would happen, but I think that I don't know. I think that eventually here we're gonna. I'm optimistic. I'm just an optimistic baseball person, so I think that we'll have the season. I hope it's on time. I just hope there's no, but just for clarification, and I heard something on the radio yesterday on a station that I thought would know better. They were talking about, no minor league season. I'm like, no. The minor leagues are
They're
playing.
gonna play.
Oh, they're playing. They're just no 40-man roster guys.
Right.
That's all. So AAA is going to have some less experienced players, but they will have some non-40-man major league experienced players, you know, who are organizational roster filler kind of guys who are there for a job. So there's going to be, you know, every level, they're going to start on time. They're going to play a full season. Minor leaguers are going. Major League Baseball just, I think it was yesterday, the day before, asked the teams, there was a report out about that, just said, you know, don't start your minor league camp earlier than expected. Just start it on time. So, but yeah, the minor leagues are going to go. But as far as broadcast plans, I couldn't even begin to get into that. I have no idea.
Hopefully not. Right?
No, hopefully not. Hopefully we'll be doing the big league games sooner than later. And the spring training games for the Dodgers, as I understand, I haven't seen the schedule yet, but the last couple of years has been this way. Rick, Monday and I do the majority of them. And a lot of those are radio, TV simulcasts. So we try to engage both audiences, but I like getting Rick to do story time on some of these games, especially after the fifth inning when the starters are out. So I try to engage Rick in some stories and get him going, because sometimes I get him going on, when we play Oakland, I always get him going on his A's stories about wearing white shoes, and they sent him a pair of white shoes that were too small, and the guy that delivered them said to Rick, goes, I'm not wearing those. And Rick said, and the guy said to Rick, if you don't wear those, Mr. Finley told me he's going to fire me. He said, so you have to wear them. So they cut the toes off. They cut him open. His toes were hanging out, and they taped over his toes. And he wore shoes, so the guy like that, so the guy wouldn't get fired. Just another baseball story.
So the opposite question, in your previous experience, who did you encounter who was less than accommodating?
You're asking me to name names. Less than accommodating. One of them was just short of the Hall of Fame recently. And it wasn't the pitcher. You'd like his hat. He'd like your hat.
That has been universal.
Yeah. But the other guy who just missed, the pitcher, I've had nothing but amazing experiences with him, with Clemens. Right? One time when I was with the Red Sox, twice when I was with the Red Sox, this happened. Go down to Houston. My partner on radio, Joe Castiglione, has so many series off. Took that series off down to Houston, and he's very tight with Roger, very close with Roger. He called Roger. He said, Roger, would you be interested in sitting in? We need one game covered. Would you sit in with Tim and do the game? He's like, I'd love to do that. I've never done that. He goes, that would be fun. So they call me, like, yeah, Roger Clemens is going to do a game. So now, of course, the Boston media wants to make a big deal of it. They got people listening to every word and evaluating it and writing stories on it and whatever. But the thing was, what they don't know is, and there are people waiting there are writers waiting at the doorway of the booth in Houston, waiting to get him as he's coming in to see me. So he comes in late. I expected him late, so whatever. So I'm sitting there getting ready for the game. He walks in. Hey, partner, how you doing? What's happening? Opens the refrigerator. He goes, no beer? What's going on? I thought you guys did nothing but drink beer up here. And we're like, no, we don't. That's a few years ago, maybe, but not now. And he was terrific during the game. He was terrific during the game. So the next year, we did it again. They had another person with us filling in for Joe, and the three of us did it. We alternated with Roger. He was great. And I've, maintained a good relationship with him since. He's been nothing but engaging. He does a lot behind the scenes for charity. He will, on his own dime, he comes to Boston and offers for the Jimmy Fund telethon for kids with cancer. You can, to the highest bidders, he'll pitch batting practice to you and four or 5 of your friends or whatever. And he always takes the second highest bid. People don't know that, but he'll take the second highest bidder to get more money for the Jimmy Fund. And he'll sit there, he'll pitch, he flies himself up, pays his own expenses, pitches BP at Fenway. And people don't know this. He doesn't advertise that. I've seen him do it, watched him do it. And so, guys like that, who get a bad rap, there's a side of people that you don't see. And I'm sure there's a side of your namesake that people don't see also. you know, but when I had to ask him a question one day, I was promptly told what to do with myself. So that one stands out. So.
I'd like to take things back a little bit.
Sure.
1952, Chicago White Sox, Paul Richards. Is that the name ring a bell?
No.
Paul Richards. I guess he, my dad was signed by the Dodgers in '49, 48, Vero Beach, and was the sign of Arizona State, or out of the state of Arizona, high school. 17 years old, showed up at Vero Beach and saw 300 players just like him. So his name kind of shrunk. But he was fast.
Yeah. And
so he did well there. He got traded to the White Sox and then kind of got stuck with Paul Richards as a coach. I guess it was more than any other coach at that period. So I just curious if you had any knowledge about him and what maybe, like, and I noticed you said it's a job, and it made me think about my dad and yeah, you're playing a game and thinking about you talked about guy playing the Dodgers trying to catch with kids and maybe the right Campanella. So you gotta be a man to baseball. You gotta have a lot of boy in it too.
you do, and who's the guy who said that they don't say work ball, they say play ball, right? But it is, if you want to be in the industry as a player, you have to work at it very hard. You have to be able to play naturally to a certain athletic ability. And following that, you have to be able to learn the professional way to play baseball, which is what they teach you in the low minor leagues and all the way up. So you learn how to play professional baseball, which is different than college baseball. I can tell you, I played college baseball. Then when I started to broadcast professional baseball, I realized how much I just did not know. I realized, like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I would have thrown the ball there, not here. Here's why they do it. And I wouldn't have lined up here. I would, so you learn a lot about the professional way. And there are a lot of coaches in the minor leagues. Some of them are older, more experienced coaches. And I think a lot of organizations really go by the mantra that your best coaches are in the minor leagues because they're the ones who need the most coaching. By the time you're at the major league level, you need obviously the most direction and you have the most resources. So when you see you have a hitting staff, you've got a hitting coach, assistant hitting coach, you got a game planning coach, you got all this stuff and all the analytics and data and information that they use. These people are implementing it. They're the implementation group. And they're the ones who try to convert it. And it's different with different players. That's the big trick. Major league coaches will tell you, how do you get this piece of information from this data source into this player to get them to execute it? It's not the same with everybody. And you have to find different ways for different players. So that's the challenge at the major league level. AAA level, you're teaching guys really how to win, how to start to win. And below that, you're teaching them how to perform as a professional and how to advance. And guys will tell you from their first year in the minors to their fourth year in the minors, they're a completely different person. They learn so much more. And you come across a lot of coaches, some they like, some they don't, that, it's just, they're all there for the benefit of the organization and they all have a job to do, whether it's a coach or a player. And you play high school, you play American Legion, you play in college. When you turn professional, it's different. I remember back when they used to give out draft cards to you if they were interested. This is before the internet. When I was 18, I was handed, there were a bunch of scouts at a tournament I was playing in. I got handed cards from the Expos. Who said the Expos? Somebody on there. The Expos and the Cubs. And on both cards, it was a question. It said, would you consider professional baseball as a career? Yes or no? Check one. I'm like, how many no's do you actually ever get back here? And these cards were given back to the scouts and they went back into their draft files and whatever. And I remember they used to ask that question. I was like, I went to my coach, I said, did you look at those cards? He goes, yeah. I go, did you see that question number 4 or 5 or whatever it was? He goes, yeah. I go, were they stupid? I mean, of course I would consider a career in professional baseball. But it's different. You're playing it and now you do it as a job and your schedule changes and it's a work schedule. And you have to not only physically and mentally be there every single day, but you understand after a while, it's not like, oh, I gotta go punch in, punch out. You're playing baseball, but there's pressure. You have to perform or you won't be playing baseball anymore, professionally.
Yeah.
So,
And you're not well paid.
right, right.
There's an excellent biography of Paul Richards called The Wizard of Waxahachie.
Yeah.
By Warren Court.
Well, that's where he's from, Texas.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a very good book.
Yeah, I'm looking into Paul Richards. And he, I guess my dad, when he was drafted by the White Sox, or he was traded White Sox, and he has a cup of coffee 52, the opening season there. And he pinch ran, and then I guess they have that, they send down the players after the first few days of the first month.
Yeah.
So, well, he had another cup of coffee 54, but that's when I had Paul Richards. And dad told me, I'm going to send you so far, hold on, that your family will never see you ever again. And he spent the next 3 years as man.
That's pretty far. Yeah.
128 games on week full time.
Well, that was when Cuba was open to play. In fact, one of the guys that I was very, very lucky to work with, very lucky when I was a young broadcaster in Las Vegas. He was a retired manager. He was working as a special assistant for the Yankees at the time, Dick Williams. Dick told me a great story about he and Tommy Lasorda. And I never got to ask Tommy about it. But I'll give you this story. I still have enough time to get the story. So they're down in Cuba in winter ball. And Dick was an infielder and Lasorda was a pitcher. And they're with the Dodger organization at this time as minor leaguers, and they're working out. And somebody comes over and they go, are you done hitting? Can you take some more swings? He's like, yeah, I can take some more swings. He goes, yeah, we have this left-hander local guy who wants to throw and we want to watch him throw. Okay, so Dick gets in there, takes PP against this left-hander. And he said Lasorda was there. He said, I don't know if he was doing anything, but he was there. Anyway, when it was all over, they went and met the guy. And he said, oh, yeah, I'm Dick Williams. And they said, yeah, Fidel Castro.
No.
When Fidel was younger. So, and I said, well, how'd you hit him? He goes, I kicked him all over the park. but yeah, Dick Williams took batting practice against Fidel Castro, didn't know it till after. And that's actually in Dick's book too, No More Mr. Nice Guy. That Bill Plaschke, I think, wrote that with it. But it's an older book, but I gave you the thumbnail version, but the story's in there. And I've talked to Dick personally about it. And that was one of the highlights of my career too, was sitting next to Dick calling AAA and college baseball games at UNLV and with the Las Vegas club when they were affiliated with both the Padres and it was with the Padres and then the Dodgers. But when we did more of our work together, when it was with the Padres, and he got a real up close look at a player by the name of Ruben Rivera, who the Yankees really wanted. And he really liked Ruben Rivera. And I remember he went up to Ruben and talked to him and said, you know, the television crew like to do an interview with you before the game today. We did like 25 or 30 games on TV back then. And we're on the road, I think in Albuquerque or somewhere. And Ruben told him no. How do you tell Dick Williams no? But I did a luncheon in Boston with Jim Lonborg one time. And in '67, Dick Williams was a manager. He was a rookie manager. They were the Impossible Dream Team. And he brought up Dick Williams to me during the lunch, and we were talking, not part of the speaking program, just while we were eating, we were chatting. And he goes, he said, yeah, I played for Dick. I said, yeah. He said, what'd you think of Dick? I said, I my view of him is he was one of the nicest guys I've ever been around. He goes, boy, he must have mellowed.
How did Las Vegas get the nickname?
The Aviators,
No, the 76ers or something?
Oh, the 51s?
51s, whatever.
because they thought Area 50, the owners at the time thought Area 51 was close enough and they wanted to have an alien theme. They sold a lot of merchandise. So they did that, but yeah, so I'm up just about out of time. But again, I wanted to mention the book, COVID Curveball. For people in the room, I've got some copies with me, but I do offer signed copies of it. It's on the 2020 season. I think there's a lot of stories people there will find interesting. If you want to, if you don't have social media, I can give you my email. It's very easy, timneverett@gmail.com. You send me an email there. I can tell you how we can get you the book signed and I'll ship it out to you. Or just the easiest way is on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. Just send me a message on either one of those platforms and we can get you a book. I'm going to pay for shipping for you. And then when you send me a note, I'll tell you what the details are in the book and how you can pay for it and whatnot. But it's been received pretty well by many Dodger fans, by the media, thankfully, because you never know. But it is my first attempt at a book, so go easy on me. And you know, I hope you'll get it and I hope you'll enjoy it. And I'll be happy to sign and, you know, personalize any one of them. So, but any other, we got about 3 minutes left, so I'll take another question if we have one more.
I'll take it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. What do you think about, you know, you were in Pittsburgh and then you went to Boston and the Dodgers that have a lot of money versus Pittsburgh that doesn't. What do you just think about the imbalance, you know, and teams that, I don't even want to say tank, but some of them do, right? But are just bad for years versus the other teams that spend so much money. How, you know, what do you think about the competitiveness issue?
Well, I think a lot of it is club philosophy too, because in Pittsburgh, we saw in 13, 14, and 15 that they can win. And they were a game away from going to the NLCS in 2013. Their best team was in 2015 and got beaten a one-game playoff by the red hot Jake Arrieta. You know, so they can win there. The philosophy that they have is to draft and develop within. And that doesn't always work in our world because you do have the big market teams where there is the imbalance, where if they have a need, they just go get it. And you know, a lot of people say, well, that's not fair. You know, I know from being on the inside, I can tell you a story. Pirates won't appreciate it, so won't name names, but I'll just say that they used to have the broadcasters in meetings once a month with the president and general manager. And there was a pretty big free agent pitcher available at the time. And one of our broadcasters, who was a major league player, asked in the meeting, because we were allowed to ask anything we wanted, why don't we go after this particular player? And the response we got from management was something that some people might expect, some people might not. It was almost laughter. Excuse me. It was like, no, we don't go after guys like that here. And our person asking the question pounded the table, was legitimately upset, started using a few expletives and said, aren't we even trying? What are we doing here? And funny enough, that was the last time they met with the broadcasters. And about a year later, we started to win. Because I think they realized that enough with, hey, they would come to us as broadcasters, hey, let's talk about this guy in the minor leagues. We had a radio pregame, postgame show host at the time who for segments did nothing but talk about our guys in AA, and they're on the way. This guy's going to be really good. I mean, I can't even tell you the number of hours they spent talking about Chase Darno, right? Who's a great guy. I ran into him at Dodger Stadium during the playoffs. Chase and I know each other well. He's a great guy. Went to Pepperdine. Was a good player, but they had him picked as the next Manny Machado, and it wasn't going to be that guy. Their number one draft picks, Pedro Alvarez, who I just saw he got a job with the Milwaukee Brewers as in the front office. I was very happy for him. One of the other great, nice guys in baseball. He had a couple of years where he could really hit. Just don't throw him the changeup. Well, if you're going to be a pitcher against him, throw him the changeup. But if you're not, if you're going to hit for Pedro, he's like, don't throw me the changeup, don't throw me the changeup, throw me the fastball, throw me the hard stuff, and he could crush it. Changeup, he couldn't hit. But like, you know, there's so many things like in that organization, the philosophy at the time was, we're going to do it the right way. That's what we kept hearing. We're doing it the right way. Well, from other organization standpoints who were winning World Series, they thought they were doing it the right way also, and they weren't breaking any rules, which in turn would be the right way. So you can do it the right way and try to gauge your fans' patience, but I do know in Pittsburgh, and I feel for them, because I went through it with them for a little while, and I see what's happened since I left. They haven't sniffed a postseason berth since I left. They haven't been in the wild card discussion. And they're not bringing in the types of players at the trading deadline that they used to during those years when we won. You know, went out and got a player at the time who was really good, Derek Lee, Justin Morneau, you know, players like that who were legit players. They signed AJ Burnett, turned him around. They signed Francisco Liriano, turned him around, made them both sinker slider guys, which really resurrected their careers at the end as starters. Did a great job with those guys. You know, Garrett Cole was the best pitcher they had in 2013's playoffs and should have started game 5, which they did. They lifted AJ Burnett for Garrett Cole, but Garrett wasn't the Garrett Cole we know now. And the Garrett Cole wasn't Garrett Cole until he left the Pirates and stopped throwing the two-seamer and started throwing the fastball and curveball and stuck with the four-seamer. Because he told me personally when he went to Houston, I said, hey, what's changed for you? He said, his exact quote to me was, I got off the two-seam train. That was his quote to me. Charlie Morton was an excellent pitcher with the Pirates. They wanted him to keep throwing two-seamers. He had a vicious one. Albert Pujols with the Cardinals once told Ryan Domit at first base when he walked him, he said, thank God he walked me. Domit told me this story. Thank God he walked me. I can't hit that guy. This is Albert Pujols in his prime we're talking about here, okay? So the Pirates' philosophy is always sink or slide. It still kind of is, because you're going to get the ground ball outs. But once Garrett Cole left, once Charlie Morton left and started, you know, Charlie threw his curveball more, his fastball, four-seamer more, they started having the success that we've known them for in more recent years. If they had only done that with the Pirates probably wouldn't have been able to afford them, and they would have been gone anyway. And it's a shame, because I think the Pirates organization, from the history perspective, is absolutely one of the best. I love it. I love the organization. I love the people there. I think that they have one of the greatest, if not the greatest ballparks anywhere to sit and watch a game at. And they just don't have the TV dollars that other big markets have. They don't even get parking dollars. That's the problem. You know, there's public parking that the city gets that's next to the PNC Park. You know, that's a big issue. They didn't get parking money. So that's something that nobody ever thinks of when they think of the Pittsburgh Pirates in today's economics of baseball. So I hope they do well. I think baseball is better when the Pirates are better. You know, you need to see them in the postseason, or at least flirting with it. Clint Hurdle had it going there for a few years, and it was exciting. And that wild card game they played against Cincinnati on October 1st, 2013, I don't think I've ever been to a sporting event like it anywhere. And I've been to 4 Olympic games. I've done all kinds of events, different events around the world. I've never seen an event like October 1st, 2013, Pirates and Reds. I thought the stadium was going to shake down. It was incredible. People hanging from the bridges just to get a glimpse of the field. It was incredible.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, and hopefully we'll have spring training soon.
Yeah, look forward to hearing that.
We'll see. We'll see. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Let's see. Get out of your way, Gary. Take a look at this if you want. I've got some books over here. Watch them. Sure.
Okay, very patiently here. everybody knows about Eddie Wakus and who shot him and all that. But that wasn't the first time.
Yeah, that was the first one. Can I share my screen, Barry?
Yeah, I'm going to make you a co-host.
Okay.
And here to tell us about the Billy Jurges incident is Jack Bales.
Okay, you guys, let me get onto the thing
Yeah,
here.
we can see Violet. Thank
There we
you.
go. There we go, everybody. Okay, great. Okay, thanks for having me, Barry. Thanks everybody else for being here too. I appreciate being here and talking about what I think is not only a fascinating baseball story, but about the 1932 Chicago Cubs, but just a terrific tale of true crime intrigue, and topped off with dozens of contemporary photographs. So everybody just sit back and relax, because this is just a great story. And part of the times you're going to be thinking, you can't make this stuff up. You just can't make some of this stuff up. So, but anyway, let me start with the September 20th. Start out with September 20th, 1932, and the Cubs had just captured the National League pennant with a record of 90 wins, 64 losses, and 4 games in front of the second place Pittsburgh Pirates. Now, the Chicago Daily Tribune was rather stunned by this accomplishment, as the Cubs had to deal with quite a few major setbacks. Early on, it was thought they needed some help with the pitching in the pitching department, but Lon Warnke, who had been a rookie in 1931, well, he stepped up and won 22 games and lost just 6 that year. He had a 2.37 ERA. Now, the mighty slugger, Hack Wilson, had been traded in the offseason, but Johnny Moore came in and he hit 305 that year. But the Tribune reported in this article right here that, quote, never before was a team beset with more irritating experiences apart from the playing of baseball. For example, there was the very obvious bad blood between the Cubs president, William Beck, the father of the showman Bill Beck, as in Beck is in Beck, and the team's talented but thoroughly disagreeable manager, the mighty Rogers Hornsby. And everybody hated Rogers Hornsby when he was manager, that is. Now, the Sporting News pointed out, as you can see here, that the Cubs season provided them, quote, with a succession of varied thrills. And tops on the list of both the Tribune and the Sporting News that year was the July 6, 1932 shortstop as the Sporting News points out, in an episode of unrequited love. And there's the Sporting News right there. So there is hope that he will recover, and he did recover. Now, the sensational shooting of a popular baseball player by his former lover, Violet Popovich was her name, immediately captured the public's attention, and everybody wanted to know exactly what happened in the room 509 of Chicago's Hotel Carlos. And just a few hours after the reporters first heard the news, Chicago's Daily Illustrated Times was on the newsstands here with their banner headline, as was the Chicago Daily News. And by the way, see the Illustrated Times article here, the entire headline with the second part in smaller type, not shown, is Bill Jurges shot by spurned cabaret girl. I'm sorry, Bill Jurges shot, by spurned cabaret girl. And note the subtitle of the Daily News article up there in the upper right, girl wounded in hotel mystery, both will live. The Associated Press carried the news around the country, probably around the world, reporting that, quote, a woman scorned almost took the life of Bill Jurges, star shortstop of the Chicago National Baseball Club. Okay, now you might be wondering what led me to this story. And I grew up outside of Chicago in Aurora, Illinois, and that's me in the Cubs shirt. I enjoyed researching and writing for several years, many years, in fact. And after finishing several books about literary figures, mostly for academic presses, I wanted something entirely different to work on. And after learning that little had been written about the 19th century Cubs, I wrote this book here, immersing myself in newspaper articles, memoirs, archival records, and other all original sources to tell this story. While working on my Cubs book, I'd read about the shooting incident in a few Cubs histories, but the authors provided not much information besides a few cursory comments. And so I felt that that story made the Cubs season very dramatic. I set out to find additional details about the dramatic confrontation in Billy's hotel room. Now, information about Billy's life seemed readily available, but what about Bada's background, her childhood and family? What did she do with her life after the excitement died down and newspapers turned to other stories? And of course, what happened to the Cubs in the rest of the 1932 season, a season made dramatic by Babe Ruth's famous call shot home run. And slowly the details began to emerge. For example, the Chicago History Museum has the records of the orphanage where Violet stayed and her brother stayed for a few years. I found information not only about them, but also about their father's lack of both emotional support and child support too. In fact, I came across a letter that said that the father wanted to take one of the brothers home with him. And the boy refused, though, telling the administration of the Ulick Children's Home here that no, he didn't want us to go with his father, that the orphanage here was the only real home he had ever known, and he wanted to stay there. He didn't want to be with his father. So that's how you like, living with that. Newspaper articles provided both day-by-day coverage and interviews with Billy, with Violet, the baseball players that rescued Billy in the hotel room after he was shot. Chicago court records were invaluable, as Violet's father was physically abusive to his wife. There was a long drawn-out divorce. Even an 8-year-old Violet had to testify at the divorce hearing. I found all these records in Chicago's courthouses. I was also able to interview and correspond with Jurges and Popovich family members, and they answered many, many questions for me. Billy Jurges's daughter, his grandson especially. And let me clarify something. I got these letters from the Chicago courts, but I did not find them at a very skilled genealogist in Chicago got them for me. And she did all the legwork, but I benefited from them. I got them from Chicago. So today I want to talk about the shooting of Billy by his former girlfriend, or court hearing, which is just fascinating, and a few more details about Violet's life. I'm going to profile Billy's life, go into the call shot, of course, a little bit. And along the way, I'm going to show you some great photographs. Some of them have never before been published. So now on July 1, 1932, the Chicago Cubs were in the middle of a tight pennant race, first place in the National League. And a player who was contributing to their success was 24-year-old shortstop Billy Jurges. Well, 21-year-old Violet Popovich, whose stage name was Violet Valley, she would soon put a stop to all this. Now, Billy and a few Cubs players were staying at the Hotel Carlos, just a couple of blocks north of Wrigley Field on Sheffield Avenue. And on the morning of July 6, Billy was getting ready for a game with the Philadelphia Phillies, and the Cubs were now in third place, though, 3 games behind the Pirates. And about 9:45 in the morning, Violet called from her room 111 here at the Hotel Carlos. Is still standing, but it's something else, and I'll get into that. And at about 10:15 in the morning, she knocked at Billy's room 509, and that's his room was right over here, top floor, far right. They had been going out for about a year, but he had recently called things off and they had a big argument. And from what I gather, Billy said that he wanted to concentrate more on baseball and didn't really want to be, he knew he had a chance to win the pennant. And he really wanted to focus on baseball. Also, as he said one time in an interview, I was young, single, having a good time. He didn't really say so, but I got the impression he just wanted to he wanted just to kind of be, he was young, good looking. He wanted to be free and, date around, not just her. And she really wanted to get serious. Anyway, I said they had a big argument. She wanted to talk about it, but they ended up arguing some more. She asked him for a glass of water. He left the room to get it. That was a bad move on old Billy's part, I'm afraid. And here's why. While he was getting it, she pulled a small caliber revolver out of her purse there. And the New York Times wrote that he, quote, made a wild lunge for the gun, and in the ensuing struggle, just as they say in the movies, 3 shots rang out. Here's where they hit. One bullet struck him on the right side, ricocheted off a rib, and went out his right shoulder. In fact, hitting that rib, the doctor said, is what saved his life. Otherwise, he would have definitely been a goner. Another bullet grazed the little finger of his left hand. The third bullet hit Violet in about the base of her thumb and went up about 6 inches of her left arm. As luck would have it, the Cubs team physician was there in the hotel. He treated them both, and they were both taken to a local hospital. Now, as Chicago newspapers, of course, as they say nowadays, that went viral with all this. They pounced on the story right away. It was, and by the way, I went through all the Chicago newspapers looking for everything. I think there were 8 Chicago newspapers. I went through every one of them. Few of them were available online. I got the microfilm, and I went through them all that way. But they had all these names for Violet. She was, quote, the dark-haired former chorus girl, the pretty gun toter, the 21-year-old comely brunette, and the raven-tressed beauty. And photographers even barged into their room. In fact, this photograph is not in my book. I think it's rather intrusive, but this is splashed all over in the newspapers. Violet dislikes cameras was a caption for this photograph, and right below that it said, quote, Bill Jurges, whom she plugged, was in another room. Note her bandaged left arm there. She stayed at the Illinois Masonic Hospital for a couple of days, and here she is leaving for the Bridewell Hospital, which happened to be next to the Cook County Jail, which is why she was taken there. And she was booked on a charge of assault with intent to kill, and note that her arm there is still bandaged. This was maybe the next day after the shooting. But in the meantime, the police searched her hotel room, and they found these 2 photographs were in her hotel room. And they also found a note addressed to her brother in which she said, quote, to me, life without Billy isn't worth living, but why should I leave this earth alone? I'm going to take Billy with me. Oh, that's kind of ominous right there. But she later said that the note was the result of too much gin, and that she only wanted to kill herself to make Billy sorry for breaking up with her. And she said in an interview that when Billy was out of the room getting her that old glass of water, quote, I pulled out my revolver intending to kill myself. Bill saw me and grabbed the gun. We fought for it. We really fought for it. The gun kept exploding. I didn't want to hurt him. End quote. Now, Violet made the newspapers almost daily, particularly on July 15th in Chicago, the day of her arraignment. The Chicago American said that when she entered the courtroom with her attorneys, quote, the crowd gasped at her radiant beauty. The Daily Illustrated Times wrote that she was, quote, a symphony in red and white with her red earrings, her red shoes, and her red striped trimmings on her white crepe sports dress, exactly matching her shade of lipstick. I love this picture. It's my favorite picture in the whole book. It was never published at the time of the trial. I have the original negative and the original little 4x4 envelope or whatever, 5x5, 6x6, whatever it is. A newspaper reporter found it lying around and gave it to me. It's the only full shot of Violet that was ever published, that never was published, that I could find taken at that time. So I just really like it. Someone in a SABR meeting told me that those 2 attorneys there are really high-priced attorneys, and wondered who paid for her legal costs. And I don't know that. I know her bail bond was paid for by her church, but I don't know who paid her attorney's fees. But now the judge, John Sabarborough, was not only an attorney and a judge, but he was also the ultimate political fixer. He was also a bit on the take too. He ran a mortuary favored by Chicago's mobsters. He used his garage as a drop-off spot for bootleg liquor. Remember, we are talking about the Depression here, and there was a lot of bootleg liquor in Chicago when he was the attorney. He was also a Cubs fan. And in fact, he talked to Billy beforehand, and he said, quote, well, Billy, what do you want me to do here? This is Billy talking, that comes from him. And he said, let's just forget it. And that's what happened. He and the Cubs just wanted all this just to go away. Billy refused to press charges. The judge dismissed the case. This is my second favorite photograph in my book. And all these are original wire photos, by the way, that I have. There's Violet looking at one of her two attorneys. Billy is not blowing his nose there. He's hiding his face from photographers. The courtroom is packed. Violet's there. Her mother's there. Showgirl friends of hers are there. Some of Billy's teammates are there as well. And I talk about in the courtroom, talk about in my book, excuse me, what all happened in that courtroom. Billy refused to press charges. The judge says, okay, this case is dismissed for lack of charges, and quote, and I hope no more Cubs get shot. Now, that was July 15th. On July 22nd, Billy was shot on the 6th. The arraignment was on July 15th. On July 22nd, he felt well enough to take the field in a game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he played third base. There would be less stretching to do than at shortstop. The Cubs lost 3-1, but as one newspaper reported, quote, Billy Jurges, the celebrated revolver target, bowed himself back into his profession by socking a single to center. Now, here's where you get the good stuff here. Okay, I can't believe this ad here. Now, Billy refused to sign a complaint against Violet, but she decided to capitalize on her newfound fame by signing a contract to perform under her stage name, Violet Ballet, in a show called the Bear Cub Follies. And we're not talking B-E-A-R, billing herself as you can see here, the girl who shot for love. Now, the State Congress Theater, as you can see in the sign, that was Chicago's greatest burlesque. It was rather a seedy burlesque club, one of the worst ones, in fact, on South State Street, in a seedy area known for its rundown rooming houses, its saloons, pool halls, and burlesque theaters here. So interestingly enough, on the same day, newspapers reported on Billy's return to the baseball field, Violet returned to the stage as a singer. And management did its part to attract an audience by booking some Bear Cub girls as Violet's opening act. I love this ad. I found it by going through the microfilm of the Chicago Record and Examiner. And I wanted to find something like this. And I just loved it. In fact, I saw some guy online pick that up off of my homepage, was selling t-shirts with this on it. It says Bear Cub Frolics here, but other newspapers refer to it as Bear Cub Follies. Excuse me. I found a detailed review of her show in the Chicago Daily News by going through that page by page, which also discussed exactly what went on at her burlesque show. In fact, I liked the review so much, I reprinted it in my book. It was written by a man named Lloyd Lewis, who was a very well-respected editor at the time. He hobnobbed with all these notables. He also lived in a house designed by his buddy, Frank Lloyd Wright, which is now an Illinois State Historic Landmark. And he said exactly what went on at her burlesque show and the amount of nudity, he said, depending upon how much clothes each girl took off. And that is the greater the applause, the more removal of her clothes. And Mr. Lewis said that after the hour-long Bear Cub Girls act, she went on stage, Violet went on stage and sang a popular love song of the day. He said it was just so-so, he said, a quiet little voice, he went on. And after she ended that song, he said, quote, he wrote that after she ended the song, the audience wanted her to take off her clothes too, naturally. That's why they were all there, I think. But she does not, he said, quote, and she merely walks off bowing. There are a few scattering hand claps. She takes a bow, then retires without a single gesture of salaciousness. Now the act was supposed to run for a number of weeks there and other burlesque clubs, but it only lasted about 3 weeks. And Violet's nephew told me that her lack of success may have stemmed from her lack of talent. And quote, he said, she liked to sing, he told me. That is, she tried to sing. She had other problems too. She was in the pages of the Chicago newspapers for a long time, and she was soon back in the news, back in Judge Sabarbaro's courtroom after her bail bondsman, who was a part-time real estate agent, but a full-time hustler and a full-time con man, stole her Billy Jurges letters, love letters, saying he wanted to publish them in book form and sell them at ballparks around the country under the title Love Letters of a Shortstop. In fact, he offered her $25,000. This was just completely made up, you know. I mean, they wouldn't have sold that many copies or anything like that. What he really wanted to do, they found out, the judge found out, was to blackmail Billy Jurges and extort about $25,000 off of him. Otherwise, he would sell these or else leak them to the media, sell them or whatever. But the scheme never really worked out naturally. And Violet got her love letters back and she went on with her life. She was soon back on the stage singing these sentimental love songs at this Kitty Davis cocktail lounge here. She was also seeing this man here named Fred Williams, who worked in the office of his father's hardware factory. They applied for a marriage license, though they never married. And by 1940, Violet and her mother moved to Los Angeles. Now, a few years ago, Violet's nephew, a guy named man named Mark Prescott, he the son of her brother, Mark, he learned of my research and contacted me, and he offered me family photographs, personal insights. He knew Violet really well. And with some more research, and talking to Mark and his cousin, I came across additional details about this sad, strange saga of Violet Popovich. And then they provided provided insights into her life and what may have led to her decision to pull a gun out of her purse and shoot Billy. And this is my third favorite photograph here. She looks so innocent. She's sweet. She got her whole life ahead of her. She looks like a real nice person, you know. And of course, she had this little problem of, pulling a gun out of her purse. But at this point, she looked pretty cool. She looked like a nice person. But there's her father, Mirko Mike Popovich, who was an Austrian immigrant who arrived at Ellis Island in 1907. He was an electrician by trade. He moved to Chicago in 1910. He married Margaret Heindel, also from Austria, and they had 4 children, of which Violet was the oldest. Now, the marriage was not a happy one at all. When Violet was only 10 days old, he began beating his wife, giving her black and blue marks. The couple got divorced in 1920 on the grounds of extreme and repeated cruelty. In fact, as I said, 8-year-old Violet had to testify at the divorce hearing. And child support was slow in coming, despite her father had a pretty good income as an electrician. And so for a few years, Margaret and her brothers were forced to stay at this Ulick Children's Home in Chicago, which was run by the Lutheran Church. Violet disliked living at the orphanage, and in 1926, shortly before her 15th birthday, she told the administrators she was 18 and wanted to leave the orphanage. But apparently no one really verified her age, but no, they let her go anyway without verifying her age. And she went back home to live with her mother. About 4 months later, she probably regretted that decision. She ran away from home after her mother punished her for staying out late. And the police were called, and Violet made her very first appearance in the Chicago Daily Tribune at the tender age of 15. She said in interviews that she was married at a young age, but that it was a very short marriage. Quote, "I was unhappily married at age 18, one of those puppy love affairs with a schoolboy. I never lived with him, and we were divorced 6 months later." Right after her divorce, she enrolled in dancing school, and in early 1930, she joined the chorus of a Chicago production of Vanities. This was an annual musical produced by the famous showman in New York named Earl Carroll, who at that time was famous for his elaborate shows, fancy sets, and beautiful girls. And on the bottom of the red picture here, it has his motto called "Through these portals past the most beautiful girls in the world," which was engraved on his New York theater. And in the lower right, in the black section there, they say that Earl Carroll's Vanities was America's greatest review. This was in 1930. In 1931, in the summer of 1931, she met Billy. As she said in an interview, quote, "Bill is a boy and 100,000 for me. I met him at a party, and if it wasn't love at first sight, it was just about second." A year later, the two of them had their dramatic meeting at the Hotel Carlos. She sang in the burlesque show. She sang in nightclubs, and she eventually moved to Los Angeles. So we'll continue with Violet. But let's get back to Billy and the Cubs for a bit. There's Woody English. There's a Cubs infield right here. Woody English, Billy Herman, Hall of Famer Billy Herman, Charlie Grimm, who later became team captain, the first baseman, Stan Hack, Smiling Stan Hack, they called him. He and Woody English were in third, and also short. And Woody was also in shortstop for a bit, and Billy Jurges at the right was shortstop. And again, he rejoined the team on July 22nd after their loss to Pittsburgh that day. They found themselves 3.5 games behind the Pirates. But everyone was under a lot of stress, and there are all these whispered comments within the Pirates organization, most of them centering on the obvious animosity between William Beck Sr., the club president, and their manager, Rogers Hornsby. I said Grimm would be Grimm wasn't team captain. Grimm would be the manager later on. Beck believed that the team was easily good enough to win the National League pennant. He was really growing tired, sick and tired of Rogers Hornsby constant complaining about the players and saying how awful they were. And the players had little use for Hornsby either. Billy Herman said, quote, "He was one of the greatest hitters that ever lived, maybe the greatest, but he never talked hitting with us. He just expected us to go up there and do it." Things continued to get worse. A loss to the Brooklyn Dodgers on August 2nd put the Cubs 5 games behind the Pittsburgh Pirates. That evening, Beck fired Hornsby, got him out of there, and appointed as manager the popular first baseman, and at that time he was the team captain, Charlie Grimm, the left-handed banjo player, as they say in Chicago. Now, Grimm lived up to his nickname, Jolly Charlie, and the team flourished under his easygoing management style. Yeah, very even-tempered. Said Billy Herman again, he just let everybody go their own way. No rules, no curfews. He ran the game on the field, of course, but away from it, he was just one happy-go-lucky guy. Now, club president William Beck was concerned about the infield. He was concerned about Billy's recovery right after the shooting. And moreover, there was also the loss of player manager Rogers Hornsby after he got fired. So Beck brought in infielder Mark Koenig to help out his shortstop, who used to play with the Yankees. And he proved to be an excellent choice, as he definitely, without question, helped the Cubs clinch the National League pennant on September 20th. Now, each team would get a share of the World Series gate receipts, and the players got to vote on how much each player got. It had to be a unanimous vote to get a full share, and 2 Cubs players, Billy Herman and Bill Jurges, have found out, voted not to give Mark Koenig a full share, as he played in just the last part of the season. He played in only 33 games, but he still batted .353. There was 154 games of the season. He played in 33, the last part of the season, but he definitely helped the Cubs win. Now, the New York Yankees, Koenig's former team and the Chicago's World Series opponents, they didn't agree with that decision. And when the newspapers announced the breakdown of the World Series playoff, the bonus money, the Yankees and Babe Ruth in particular denounced the Cubs as cheapskates and penny pinchers. And quote from Babe Ruth here, "I hope we beat them 4 straight. They gave Koenig a sour deal in his player cut. They're chiselers, and I tell them so." So, as a famed Washington Post sports writer, Shirley Povich was a guy, of course, and he was the father of Maury Povich, the talk show host, quote, "The Cubs' stinginess fired the Yankees to new heights." Now, the Cubs were down 2-0 in the World Series when the game moved back to Chicago. Game 3 was played in Chicago. Insults were flying back and forth between the two teams at all the time, in the 5th, during all the games of this World Series. In the 5th inning, the score was tied 4-4. Ruth was at the plate facing the hard-nosed pitcher, Charlie Root, and the score was 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Babe Ruth, as we all know, raised 2 fingers of his right hand. Now, did it mean that he was going to that was 2 strikes? Did he gesture contemptuously to the Cubs in the third base dugout? Did he gesture to Charlie Root, who was razzing him as well as the Cubs in the dugout? Or did he point to center field as if to signal that was where he was going to hit his next ball? That is, did he call his shot? Now, what persons saw, depending upon where they were sitting and the angle of the view, and even the home movies at that time, at that game, were really of little help, as the Ruth biographers pointed out. In any case, Babe Ruth, as you all know, hit his home run. And what a lot of people don't realize, that Lou Gehrig came up to bat after that, and he hit another home run. The Cubs lost that game 7-5. The following game too, and the thoroughly demoralized Cubs lost all the games. They lost the World Series to the New York Yankees 4 games, 2 in a row, just like Babe Ruth had hoped. Now, of course, whether or not Babe Ruth called his shot has been debated ever since October 1, 1932. And I go into this in some detail in my book. And by the way, and I didn't realize this at the time, and there's been at least 2 books on the call shot. And I know one of them, lists what all the newspapers of the time reported and everything, which I thought was quite fascinating. But what I did find out is that opinions about whether he did or did not do not fall along partisan lines. And that is not true at all. You expect all the Cubs to say he didn't point. And Charlie Root said that as well. And Gabby Hartnett said he didn't. Billy Jurges said he didn't. But, Guy Bush, the pitcher Guy Bush, was Billy's main heckler, by far his main heckler. And he maintained, of course he pointed. I was right there. I saw him. He definitely pointed to center field. Pat Piper, the Cubs, he had not announced the games, but he had like the megaphone. He called the games on the field. He was there for like 40 years, and he swore for decades that, of course, he pointed. On the other hand, I saw Yankees that said just as emphatically that he did not point. Joe McCarthy said he didn't point. I came across an interview with Joe McCarthy. That's just a story. He really didn't point. Frankie Crusetti said he didn't point. We knew early on, after we saw this article here, that this was just a great story. We decided to just keep quiet about it. So, I don't know. But that's what started all this column right over here in the New York World Telegram. According to the hard-nosed Charlie Root, though, he said that if Ruth had tried to shore him up by pointing to center field, quote, anybody who knows me knows that Babe Ruth would have ended up on his ass. And now I wonder whether that's true, because that would have put Ruth on base with Lou Gehrig coming up. Maybe he said that afterwards. I don't know. But anyway, Charlie Root, I do know, brooked no interference on this topic. He was offered a large sum of money to play himself in the Babe Ruth story movie, the William Bendix movie, and he refused, saying, not if they're going to show him pointing. So he turned all that money down. The Root family didn't get a pass either. One time there was a Root family outing at a picnic or whatever, and they were playing wiffle ball afterwards, this Charlie Root's family, with Charlie and Charlie's son, Charlie Root Jr., and Charlie's wife. They were playing wiffle ball, and of course Charlie Root was pitching, and Charlie Root's wife, Charlie Root Jr.'s wife, the boy's wife, went up to home plate and playfully pointed her wiffle ball back to center field, and Charlie Root wound up and threw the wiffle ball as hard as he could, hit her on the neck, and knocked her to the ground. You don't mess with Charlie Root on the subject of the called shot. In fact, it bothered him his whole life, and he told his daughter just a few days before he died, quote, I gave my whole life to baseball, and I'm going to be remembered for something that never happened. But does it really matter? And a lot of biographers and people have all said the same thing. Whatever happened, only Babe Ruth and his charismatic presence and his extraordinary power could have transformed a few moments of baseball into American legend. And even Charlie Grimm said, quote, a great guy hit that homer, the greatest slugger that ever lived. After Violet shot Billy, he remarked that, quote, I guess I remain a bachelor all my life. Well, he changed his mind about a year later, because on June 28th of 1933, in Reading, Pennsylvania, he married Mary Hoyt, I guess is pronounced. And one sports writer felt that, quote, she must have provided him with inspiration, as later on that day, he celebrated his wedding with 6 hits in a Cubs doubleheader, including a home run. And this is an original wire photo, and I gave this as well as a lot of my other things. I had some original documents, an original letter from his first wife talking about Billy. I gave all those to his grandson because I thought he was kind of a collector, and he really deserved all this, I thought. I also discussed the rest of Billy's career in my book, including his rather disastrous 1959-1960 seasons as manager of the Boston Red Sox. And when you become a manager, Billy told an interviewer, you have to have a team that is coming up. All my players on the Red Sox were finishing up their careers. There was not much I could do there. One of those players was a mighty left fielder, Ted Williams, who in fact retired in 1960 and couldn't help much. He and Billy got along well. They both believed in hustling, and they were both hustlers. Unfortunately, hustling was not part of the Red Sox vocabulary at that time. And the Christian Science Monitor received an anonymous letter saying, quote, "This club needs shaking up." And the person who purportedly sent that letter was Jackie Jensen, right fielder Jackie Jensen, no small hustler himself, who in 1959 led the American League with his 112 runs batted in. But in 1960, he announced his retirement. The club did indeed need shaking up, and Jurges did his best, but he was let go in June 1960 with a rather disappointing major league managerial records of 59 wins, 63 losses, a winning percentage of just .464. And all this was overshadowed by baseball history being made in 1959, July of 1959, when infielder Pumpsie Green became the first African-American on the plate for the Red Sox, thereby integrating all of the major league teams. Billy finished his career as a very well-respected baseball scout and also an instructor as well. In fact, a couple of Hall of Famers, Eddie Matthews, Harmon Killebrew, owed a lot of their success, they said, to Billy's instruction with them during spring training. He helped a lot of teams during spring training. He was called to give advice. He was also a scout. In fact, Billy's grandson told me he often accompanied Billy on his scouting trips. Now, Billy quit the baseball life in the early 1980s to take care of his ailing wife, Mary, who died in 1884. Several years later, he remarried, and as he put it, he and his wife, Phyllis, saw the good life in Largo, Florida. There's a park near his house. They play cards, play pinochle, they dance. He visited with baseball players nearby, socialized with former baseball players at baseball functions. Billy was not a powerful hitter at all. He hit but he was known for his very solid defensive skills. And he really stressed that during spring training. He really helped a lot of people when he was an instructor. During his 17 years with the major leagues, from 1931 to 1947, he led the National League shortstops in fielding percentage 4 times, from 1932, 35, 37, and 39, and once in double plays turned in 1935. He batted .258 in 1,816 games and got 1,613 hits. He was with the Cubs from 1931 to 1938. Then he was with the New York Giants, then back to the Cubs from 46 and 47. He said, quote, "Cubs, Giants, good year or bad year, I've never failed to do my best, to play out to the limit. Baseball has done well for me, but I have done all I could for baseball." He was diagnosed with cancer in 1991. He entered the hospital in early 1997 and died a few weeks later at the age of 88. I interviewed Billy's grandson, I said, and also his daughter. And I didn't know whether I should ask this, but I decided to go for it. So I asked his daughter, did you know when you were growing up that Bonnet shot your father? And she said that she was very familiar with the incident, but that, quote, when I was growing up, it was never mentioned in our house. Never, unquote. I love these photographs here. By 1940, as I said, Violet and her mother, Margaret Heindel, moved from Chicago and settled in Los Angeles. And Violet always considered herself a professional singer, and she had these professional photographs taken of herself to hopefully launch her singing career. Unfortunately, despite these glamour shots, I love the one of her in the Cape there. She saw very few opportunities for launching her West Coast singing career. She was a city person. In her 1947 marriage to Charlie Retzlaff, a prize fighter, from Duluth, Minnesota, was probably doomed from the start. He was known as the Duluth Dynamiter and was regarded as a very good fighter. That is until he met a certain young boxer in 1936 who knocked him out in the very first round. That probably wasn't surprising, as that young boxer was Joe Louis, who a year later was crowned the world heavyweight champion. Violet's marriage to Charlie did not last long, but they did not divorce. They remained friends. In fact, her nephew, Mark Prescott, told me that in 1962, they spent Thanksgiving dinner at Mark's house, young Mark's house. I think he was 12 years old there at the time, in Beverly Hills, when Violet announced at the dinner table that she and Charlie had spent most of that afternoon sunbathing nude. Quote from Mark, "That comment caused quite a stir. Charlie was very embarrassed. My father blew up and words went flying." Now, the gregarious Violet was certainly not at a loss for other male friends. She was very good looking, as you can see, and she caught the eye of motion picture star John Wayne one time, who struck up with a conversation at a cocktail lounge near where she worked at the Paramount, in the color film department of Paramount Studios, and he drove her home. Now, shall we say that John Wayne did not particularly take his marriage vows too seriously, and she told her nephew, who told me, he had high hopes of getting comfortable and staying a while, but those hopes were soon dashed by the presence of Violet's mother, who was waiting up for her. Violet dated baseball player Leo DeRocher in the 1930s, who later became manager of the Cubs, of course, and Al Lopez also in the 1930s, and they rekindled their relationship back when Al was manager of the White Sox. So if you have friends who say they are baseball trivia experts, ask them this question. What former showgirl went out with two Hall of Famers who were both managers of the two Chicago professional baseball teams? Not at that same time, of course. And I bet no one would get that. So anyway. Violet's two nephews share with me stories about their aunt as well. Both of them had warm stories about her. One of them said that she was easy and upbeat. She was never depressed or melancholy. She had friends. She was sociable. She loved baseball. She loved movies. She spent her final years at a nursing home. She did not have much money, but she made up for it with her cheerful, upbeat attitude. Cheerful spirits. She regaled both staff and residents with their stories of her showgirl past. She died on February 25, 2000, and she was buried in Los Angeles's Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Hollywood Hills. She was 88 when she died, just like Billy. Wrapping things up, I discussed in my book that, like Violet, the Hotel Carlos had its share of tough times. Over the years, the residential hotel gradually fell in disrepair. And note the air conditioner at the upper left up there in upper left photograph. Looks like the trim's coming apart. The column on the right there that of the entryway looks like it's kind of beat up as well. It's changed its name to the Hotel Sheffield. As you can see in the sign above the awning, if you look real carefully, you can see Sheffield. I think it says Sheffield House, House Hotel there above the awning. Though the building retained that imposing entryway with the Hotel Carlos elaborately carved above the door. As urban renewal and gentrification altered America's cityscape, the Sheffield and others of these single room occupancy hotels were gradually repurposed, either torn down or remodeled. And a real estate company bought the Carlos Hotel, and they completely remodeled it and renamed it the 3834 North Sheffield. And according to its webpage, they called it a once hip apartment hotel for Cubs players. And now they offered studio apartments to upscale professionals at a very reasonable rate. The rent's under $1,000 a month, which wasn't bad. They announced that the hardwood floors, the granite countertops, the stainless steel appliances, quote, modernize the gorgeous vintage details that remain from a glorious and distant era. And note that Billy's room is still there, the upper floor, far right. Just a couple more things here. In 1949, 19-year-old Chicagoan Ruth Ann Steinhagen, who had, to quote the New York Times, a twisted fascination with former Cub and then Philadelphia Philly, Eddie Wakefield, shot him in his room at Chicago's Edgewater Beach Hotel. Ironically, Eddie and Billy had played together for 2 years, and Wakus had hit a double in Billy's last game on September 9th, 1947. I wonder if they ever got together and exchanged stories about what had happened to both of them. Now, author Bernard Malamud never mentioned where he got his source material, but it seems likely that one or both of these incidents inspired him to include a passage in The Natural in which a woman shoots ball player Roy Hobbs. And The Natural and that scene, of course, as you all know, live on today, mostly because of the movie starring Robert Redford as Hobbs. And by the way, Ruth Steinhagen, shown here, died in 2012, but her death went unnoticed for about 2 weeks before reporters contacted her. And I researched that shooting too, and I wrote her about 3 letters. I had her phone number, I had her address. I went by her house, hoping to see her, but I never saw her, and she never responded. In fact, her biographer pointed out that he too went by her house and talked to a woman on the front porch, but he didn't know if that was Ruth or her sister, because she lived with her sister, who died a few years before Ruth finally died in 2012. Okay, one more question needs to be addressed, everybody. Now, did Violet really attempt to kill Billy when she burst into his room? Remember, she left a note saying that when she was that was her intention, and quote, "I'm going to take Billy with me," unquote. But after the shooting, she said she only wanted to kill herself to make Billy sorry for breaking up with her. Well, she lied. Mark Prescott said that she had confided to his mother, Violet's sister-in-law, and he overheard this, that she had indeed gone to room 509 with a gun in her purse with the express purpose of shooting Billy. As she told his mother, as Mark told this to me, quote, "I was very angry at Billy and I wanted to kill him." Here's my book with a foreword by Tim Wiles, the former research director at the Baseball Hall of Fame. I have my email address here. I had book plates made that feature the image of the book's cover here. So if anybody buys a book and wants a signed and inscribed book plate that features the cover of the book, just email me and I'll be glad to send you a signed and inscribed book plate for the book. UMW stands for University of Mary Washington, where I was a librarian for more than 40 years. Now let me end on something of a light note. I've enjoyed all this research and writing a great deal. I had a marvelous time going through all that microfilm, immersing myself in newspaper articles, court records, talking to Violet's nephew, Billy's daughter, Billy's grandson, and he loves the book. He's got copies for his family and everything. And some years ago, I decided to even make Violet part of my family Christmas card with me and my son and my daughter. So here is my Christmas card a few years ago, and note the bandage on Violet's arm, and on it says, "Violet, I hope you feel better soon. Go Cubs, Jack." Thank you very much. Let me stop my screen share. Thank you. Thanks very much. I had a lot of fun doing this, everybody.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Much.
Well done.
Thank you
I've
very
got
much.
a question.
Sure, yeah. Don.
I guess I don't understand. He was only slightly wounded. So if she was trying to kill him, why didn't she do a better job? Or,
Well,
why wasn't he hurt more badly?
Yeah, she pulled the gun out, and he lunged for the gun, and they were kind of struggling for it. And then then the 3 shots came out, and Billy did get hurt, but he only got hit. The bullet would have killed him if it hadn't burst out the rib. And then he got hit on the little finger, a little hand on his hand, and then Violet got shot too. But she could have gone out and started firing, but I guess he lunged for the gun.
Okay.
But one doctor, and I don't know if this is true. Billy had an interview in 1988 with Jerome Holtzman, the baseball historian, And he was quoted in 1988 as saying that a young doctor came and took a look at him and said, "I'll give you 20 minutes to live. You're done for." But I never saw that in any contemporary article at all. And in that interview in 1988, there were some facts that I could tell from the newspaper articles that really didn't jive. But maybe that one was too, but it just wasn't in the newspaper. But he was bleeding pretty bad. But the team doctor, he could tell right. He knew he was bleeding. He was bleeding a lot, but even right from the very beginning, he didn't think it was all that bad. And
yeah, I got a couple of questions. If you can hear me.
Sure, I can.
That was a great presentation. My only regret here is that I have to follow you today because I'm not sure I can follow your action with the 1957 season. My father was a true crime reporter and covered like 500 or 600 cases over the course of many years: New York, Chicago, Philly, Boston, and often. What I'm getting at is a couple of things. It's amazing in researching baseball how often show business and crime intersect, and politics. It is they just all seem to come together at various moments. Also, for example, I was curious. My father covered the Lindbergh kidnapping. And the trial of Bruno Hauptmann. And one of the newspapers were paying Hauptmann's defense so that they could get the inside part of the story. And I'm just wondering whether one of the Chicago papers was paying those high-priced mouthpieces for Violet so they could get the inside story.
Well, that's a great question, but I read every single article and I went through all the newspapers, page by page, trying to find something, but absolutely no one ever said anything about that. And I wonder if that was the case.
Well, where would she have gotten the money then?
I don't know. I don't know. The church, I know the church paid the bail fee, and maybe the church, her church was affiliated with the Ulick orphanage too. Lutheran church paid her bail bonds, but maybe they paid the other ones too. I don't know.
I can tell you from personal experience, and I don't normally admit this, but bail usually costs you a lot less than your legal fees.
Your legal, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
So, if I were, conjecturing, I would say that's probably where the money came from. How did she support herself? She seemed to get around quite a bit.
Yeah, she worked in a cigar store. In fact, I found that in a New Jersey newspaper in Rahway, I think, New Jersey. That was the only place that had where her occupation was, a cigar store on the north side of Chicago. And she lived with her mother, and then sometimes she stayed at that Carlos Hotel too, and everything. But you couldn't have made much money, or anything like that. But you said no, you thought the Cubs might have paid her legal fees?
No, I think the a newspaper.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, newspaper. That's what I meant, newspaper, yeah.
One of the newspapers or a couple of the newspapers may have paid legal fees. The Hearst Corporation were notorious for paying the lawyers so that they could talk to the lawyers and get inside stuff and scoops for the front pages.
Well, that's funny you said that, because some of those newspapers had kind of steamy articles, and everything. They were kind of lurid, shall we say, and all that. And it was splashed all over the papers. And the Tribune was kind of staid, but Tribune had interviews with her too. But there were a lot of interviews. The New York Evening Post had good interviews. I think it was not New York Evening Post, the Chicago Evening Post, Chicago Herald had some too. So there were some really wonderful interviews with her, and in fact there were bylined articles too. In fact, one woman, I can't remember the name of a female reporter, had one of the best interviews I came across was with a female reporter, Kay somebody or other, Kay Hollowell or Holloway or something.
I came away from your presentation actually liking her quite a bit. I'm wondering whether that
so did I really did. I saw that one picture of her smiling, sitting in the stoop. It's, oh my God, I almost kind of I don't mean fall in love with her, but she's just like a cute and a neat person, how did she screw up her life, and her nephews both told me that she was just the life of the party, vivacious. She was a nice person, a nice girl. She just says Ed Harteg, the Cubs historian, we and I were both talking about this, and he thought the very same thing as you said, Noel. But all she really wanted was to get married and have 2 kids, a white picket fence. And she saw Billy as she had an awful childhood. She had an awful growing up years and everything, living in an orphanage. A father beat his wife, and all she wanted was a nice home life. And I guess she just kind of snapped, maybe, I don't know. But
well, and again, and then I'll yield the voice box to other people, but one has to remember that so many paths were closed to women in that generation, music schools, more legitimate performances. So a lot of women just had to work around those impediments, and usually it was by latching on to a successful man.
Yeah, right.
So
that's true. I hadn't thought of that either. Yeah.
She sure took a lot of shots at that. No pun intended.
No pun intended. Right. Yeah.
And thank you.
Thank you, Noel. I think those were great questions, everybody. Thank you for having me too. A great way to spend SABR Day.
Jack,
Hey, Jack.
that was terrific.
Thank you, Barry. Thanks,
I will
Stephen.
be in touch to buy a signed book.
Good. Yeah, you got my email address, Noel. Yeah.
I got it.
Okay, good.
I got it.
Thank you. Yeah. Barry has it too.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Good. I'm going to stick around and watch everything else now too.
Okay, Dan Joseph, are you able to connect to us? You indicated you're having problems. Because it looks, from my end, Dan, looks like you should be able to speak. Because Dan is here to tell us about one of the great might have been stories, which is Pete Reiser. Dan says he can't hear us. Okay. See if we can figure out. Rejoining. Let's see if this works. Is this better, Dan?
Recording in progress.
Okay, that's
Hello.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
If it disconnects from one device.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like you have two connections there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can anyone hear me or see me?
Yes, you're there.
Okay, good.
I made you a co-host. You can put on a display if you want, and I've told you you're going to tell us about great Dodger outfielder Pete Reiser.
Right. No, wait, let me just get readjusted here because basically I had to switch off my computer and onto my phone.
Okay.
So hold on. Okay. All right, I guess that'll have to do. All right. So, are we ready to go? Am I?
You're on. It's yours.
On. Okay. So, hi, my name is Dan Joseph. I am the author of this new book called Baseball's Greatest What If, and it's about the great Dodger, Pistol Pete Reiser. And I just want to mention at the top, I also wrote, oops, I also wrote another baseball book called Last Ride of the Iron Horse, which is about Lou Gehrig's, the year he played with, as he started to suffer the effects of ALS in 1938, his last full year in the Yankee lineup. So we can talk about this one too, if you'd like, but I'm mainly here to talk about this one since this is the Los Angeles chapter. And Pete Reiser, as I assume most of you know, was a player for the Dodgers in Brooklyn, an all-star player for the Dodgers in Brooklyn, and then later became a coach for the LA Dodgers. Well, let me start by saying Reiser, in my opinion, was the greatest what if in baseball history, the greatest what if player. There are, of course, dozens of players who are who could be considered what if guys, but Reiser, in my book, showed for about a year and a half he was going to be a superstar. And I mean, a superstar on the level of, say, Joe DiMaggio or Stan Musial. And then he began running into outfield walls. He played with an intensity that the words reckless abandon don't really convey. He played without regard to his own safety. There were at least 7 times he ran into an outfield wall and injured himself. And over a period of years, he gradually lost his talents because of this. He just racked up so many concussions and other injuries, not always from outfield walls, but from other, very intense playing, that he basically played so hard he was out of the majors by the time he was 33 years old. And really his years as a regular were done by the time he was 28. I guess I'll start at the beginning. Reiser was born in 1919 in St. Louis, grew up there in a time, well, St. Louis today is still a baseball crazy town, but even in the 1920s and 1930s, it was even more so. The town had baseball teams formed by every union, church, company team, YMCA, synagogue, you name it. They had baseball teams, and often in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch on a Sunday, they'd print all the box scores from the previous local games, and there would be like 35 box scores. You couldn't avoid it, I think, if you grew up during that time. Excuse me. So Pete, not only was he growing up in a baseball crazy town, he grew up in a baseball crazy family. His father, George Reiser, had played minor league ball briefly. In 1908, he played in Class D ball, first up in Minnesota and then in Arkansas. And he washed out very quickly. He was a pitcher and he got kind of battered around and was sent packing. But he passed on his love for baseball to his sons. There was an older brother named Mike Reiser, who Pete always said was even better than him. And he said Mike was signed by the Yankees at age 16 or 17 to a minor league contract. But Mike caught scarlet fever and died in January of 1931 when Pete was about 11 years old. And Pete had been very close to his brother. They had played baseball together, even though Mike was 5 years older. And that Pete always traced his intensity to those games with his brother because he had to play up. He had to play with kids 4 and 5 years older. And he was actually able to do it, according to him. But he had to obviously try really, really hard. After Mike died, Pete went on to play sandlot ball in St. Louis. He briefly played for his high school, but he left high school in 10th grade, just wasn't interested in education so much. He just wanted to play ball. The Cardinals, of course, who had the most extensive scouting system in baseball at the time, they apparently noticed him on the sandlots when he was about 12. And before he would have graduated high school at age 15, he signed a contract with the Cardinals. He was too young to play. And so they sent him out with the Cardinals chief scout, a man named Charlie Barrett. And Pete would accompany him around the South and the Southeast, visiting towns, visiting the Cardinal farm teams in like Arkansas and Georgia and Tennessee and Oklahoma and those kind of places. Cardinals had a really extensive farm system at this time, far, far beyond what any team has today. In the mid-30s, they had something like 22, 23 teams. Eventually, it would grow to 31 teams with well over 500 players. And one might ask, why would they have so many players at all? And basically, I think they were trying to vacuum up every young player in the land, partially to keep them away from other teams and partially for any eventuality that the big club might need. So Pete actually played 1 year in the Cardinal farm system, 1937, at a Class D club in Newport, Arkansas. Then fate, in the form of Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis, intervened. Landis was the commissioner at the time. He thought the Cardinals had stacked up too many players and were using kind of these shady dealings to keep them all in the system, like things like handshake deals and phony contracts and that kind of thing. So in March of 1938, Landis released 91 farm hands from the Cardinal farm system, including Pete. He declared them free agents and said they could not re-sign with the Cardinals for 3 years. So the Cardinals, who were then led by general manager Branch Rickey, they did not want to lose Reiser. So they cooked up a gentleman's agreement with the Brooklyn Dodgers. The agreement was the Dodgers would stash Reiser in their minor league system for 3 years and then trade him back to the Cardinals. And such agreements were not unheard of in baseball at the time, but they were then, as they would be now, illegal. But Pete, who was 19 years old at this point, he went along with it. He didn't really know any better. He signed with the Dodgers for a $100 bonus. They packed him off to a farm club in Wisconsin with the idea that he wouldn't be heard from for the next 3 years. The problem was Pete was both too ambitious and too good. In the spring of '39, he talked the Dodgers into allowing him to come to Major League spring training under the premise that he could get an early start to the season because the minor league spring training started like 3 weeks later. And once he got to the Major League camp in Florida, he impressed the Dodgers' brand new manager, a guy named Leo DeRocher, so much to the point where DeRocher began talking about keeping Reiser on the Major League roster. And this really became an issue when DeRocher inserted Pete into a few games in the Dodgers spring training schedule. Reiser got on base the first 11 times up. He got 8 hits and 3 walks, and I think 3 of the hits were home runs. And the New York press went crazy. Who is this kid? He was just playing Class D ball. Where did he come from? And you can go back in the newspapers and see all these articles in like the Times and the New York Sun and the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, writers going gaga over this kid. So this opened up a big rift between DeRocher and the Dodgers general manager, a guy named Larry MacPhail. MacPhail wanted Reiser stashed in the minor leagues, naturally, because he was sort of still the Cardinals' property. DeRocher wanted Reiser on the Major League roster, possibly even as the starting second baseman. And they actually got into a fight over this, a drunken fight, which MacPhail ultimately won as he was the general manager. On the last day, on opening day, 1939, opening day of the regular season, an hour before game time, MacPhail sent Reiser back to the minor leagues. Reiser didn't like it. He actually jumped the team and went home to St. Louis, but his dad told him, get your ass back to Brooklyn. So Reiser spent another 1.5 years in the minors. He was hitting about .370. The press was clamoring for him to be promoted. And finally, the Dodgers couldn't keep him under wraps anymore. They traded for a Cardinal outfielder named Joe Medwick. Medwick was a former MVP and a former Triple Crown winner. They paid the Cardinals $132,000, gigantic money in 1940, much of which was for Medwick, but later it was revealed that at least some of this money was to compensate the Cardinals for the loss of Pete Reiser. And about a month later, the Dodgers brought him up to the majors. 1941, Pete's first full season in the majors. DeRocher installs him in center field, and the Dodger offense becomes the best in the league. Pete leads the league in, runs, doubles, triples, slugging percentage, batting percentage, OPS. In the outfield, he leads in putouts and assists, and he also leads in hit by pitch. and the Dodgers win the pennant for the first time in 21 years. And this and the play and contemporary reports show that players and managers and writers were comparing Pete to Joe DiMaggio, who, of course, that season hit 56 consecutive games and was the American League MVP. That's how great contemporary observers considered Pete. DeRocher later on famously said that Pete was every bit as good as Willie Mays, and had everything but luck. But at the time in 41, DeRocher was comparing him to Ty Cobb, and people weren't laughing at this because it was at least plausible. So Dodgers get to the World Series in 41. And that's the famous World Series where they were about to win Game 4. Mickey Owen dropped the third strike, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and the Yankees came back to win. But it really was the perfect season for Pete. He always said he couldn't pick out one game that was the greatest. The whole season was just sensational for him. He strangely enough did not get MVP, but maybe that was because he was a rookie. He finished second in the voting to Dolph Camilli. That's why don't I just pause there and just open it up, see if anyone has questions about Pete's career to this point.
Yeah, I got, if I'm not hogging the screen too much, you mentioned the Cardinals farm system.
Yeah.
I wrote The Giants of the Polo Grounds like in the 1980s, and I got to talk to a lot of players who had played like in the 20s and 30s. They always referred to it as not the Cardinals farm system, but the the Cardinals farm chain, but the Cardinals chain gang. Did you ever hear that?
Yes, yeah, that was a criticism that many people had, including Judge Landis, that these players were trapped essentially in the Cardinal system. If you think about it, you have 30 teams in the system. You have so many. You're naturally bound to have several good players at every position. And there were guys who would just sort of get trapped in the system, guys who probably, if they had come up 20 or 30 or 40 years later, would have made it into the majors with one of the expansion teams, but then there were only 16 teams in the majors and only so many jobs. And they were kind of stuck. Landis, that's why Landis, he did this, I think, to the Tigers and the Indians too, when he thought those systems were getting too big or those teams were trying to hide players. Pete himself, interestingly, he defended Rickey when asked about this. He said Rickey was keeping the minor leagues alive by tying so many teams to the Cardinals. During the Depression, of course, unemployment was like 20-25%. Attendance in the major leagues and minor leagues was really low. And so these clubs probably welcomed whatever the Cardinals could give them in terms of money or equipment or players. And Pete said, Rickey didn't pay us very much. They got $50 per month, which was a low salary even in 1937. But he said, that's the way it was, and they were grateful, sort of, for the chance to just play. Go on.
You mentioned the Depression, and I think one of the most telling things I ever heard about it from anybody who made a career in baseball was Carl Hubbell. When I talked to him about in the early 1980s for an article I was doing with Sports Illustrated. And Hubbell, I was asking him about the World Series, and he said, you can't really believe how important it was for players to get into the World Series and get the World Series share. It was whether they could buy a house or not. Even like the 22nd, the 23rd guy on the team, the World Series wasn't selling out in the 1930s. But the World Series share, even if it was like $800 to lose it, it was a big deal. Final thing quickly, you mentioned the very poignant phrase, what if, and the what ifs in baseball. And I'm going to be touching on that in the presentation. I'm going to do 2 names, Herb Score and Vaughn McDaniel, Lindy's younger brother, who came who came up for like 6 weeks in 1957. In any case, I'm enjoying your presentation, so you go ahead also.
Oh, thank you. You know what? The what if chapter in my book, I never mentioned Vaughn McDaniel, but I did mention Herb Score, because he definitely is one of the top 5 what ifs of all time.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the World Series share. In 1941, Pete's regular season salary was, I think, initially $4,000, and then MacPhail gave him $4,500, gave him a little boost mid-season. But then he doubled his season salary with the World Series share. So that's how important it was at the time. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone else have questions? For some reason, I can't see everybody's picture. I'm on my phone now. But okay. All right. I guess I'll just I'll go ahead. So we get to the end of the 41 season. Pete is on his way to becoming a star. But there's a little incident in Hawaii that December, Pearl Harbor. And now 42 players are starting to be drafted. Pete does not go into the Army in 1942. He was initially classified 1A, which made him subject to immediate drafting, but his parents appealed and he got pushed back to 3A, which was less imminent. So he played the 42 season. Mid-season, he was leading the major leagues in hitting. He was hitting .361, got picked to the All-Star team, starting center fielder. And just to put things in perspective, his batting average was higher than every play, not just every player in the majors, every Hall of Famer playing in the majors then. He was hitting about 20 points higher than Ted Williams, 30 higher than Stan Musial, higher than DiMaggio, Dickey, Johnny Mize, Ernie Lombardi, any other of the great hitters of that time. He was also leading in hits and doubles and stolen bases, and he stole home a couple times, and that's presaging something he'd do a lot more of later on. But in July of 42, the Dodgers went into St. Louis for a 4-game series. Final game was a Sunday doubleheader. It was after 7:30. It was starting to get dark, and most observers thought this would be the final inning. The Dodgers and Cardinals were tied in the 12th inning. Enos Slaughter of the Cardinals hit a long fly ball to deep center field at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. Pete went back and slammed hard into the wall. Dixie Walker, I think it was, said he was traveling like a bullet when he hit the wall. He bounced off the wall, groggy, somehow was able to pick up the ball, throw it into the infield to Pee Wee Reese, the Dodgers shortstop, and they almost got Slaughter at the plate. Slaughter hit an inside the park home run to win the game for the Cardinals. Pete, he somehow threw the ball back in, and then he collapsed in center field. He was rushed to a hospital where initially some people must have thought he had a skull fracture. It turns out he did not. He had a concussion, however. And the doctor, Robert Hyland, who was both the Cardinals and the St. Louis Browns team doctor, advised him to stay in bed, rest, let your brain recover. But Pete had already shown in the past he would not be held back by injuries. And one day after this bad concussion, he got up from the hospital, left his hospital bed, and got on a train, headed back east to Brooklyn. 3 days later, he was at Ebbets Field taking batting practice with his team. And DeRocher wanted to put him in the lineup right away. Larry MacPhail told him to wait a little bit, but they couldn't keep Pete out. He was really eager to play. And just 6 days after this concussion, he was back in the lineup. The problem was he had dizziness, he had double vision, he had headaches. And he kept playing for the rest of the 42 season despite these problems. You can't hit pitching. You can't hit major league fastballs if you're dizzy or if you had double vision. And his batting average, which had been bouncing up in the 360 range steadily fell until he was down to 310 by the end of the season. He also tore ligaments in his side and his thigh. He was really, walking wounded by the end of the season. And the Dodgers, who at once were leading the National League by 10 games, wound up losing the pennant to the Cardinals, even though the Dodgers won 104 games, which I think to this day, maybe even until this year, when the Dodgers won 106 but finished second, I think that might have been the record for a second place team. But in 42, of course, there was no wild card. The Dodgers were done once the season ended. So after the 42 season, Pete did get drafted. He always told this story about he went to the Army physical in St. Louis. The doctors looked at him, they tested out his vision, said, you can't go in the Army. You're in bad shape. He was putting on his shoes. He was getting ready to go, and a captain stepped out into the room and said, "Hey, are you Pete Reiser, the ball player?" And Pete said, "Yeah." And he said, "Why'd you put your name down as Harold Reiser?" Well, it turned out Pete's real name was Harold Reiser. And I guess he neglected to inform anybody that he was Pete Reiser, the ball player. So I don't know if he was trying to pull a fast one, but the Army thought he was, and they inducted him right away. So Pete spent the next 3 years in the Army. And I have a chapter about this in the book. He really shouldn't have been in the Army. He was still suffering headaches and dizziness. And he wasn't in fit shape to be sent into combat or sent overseas. He spent the whole war in the US playing in like Kansas and Louisiana and Virginia, all over the eastern and central US. He played with the same intensity for these Army games as he did for Dodger games. He was, and he built up some resentment for this because he was playing out in the prairie to like 1,000-2,000 people at a time. And this was quite a come down from playing in the World Series, at Yankee Stadium in 41. But he played with the same intensity. And Rex Barney, who was later a Dodger pitcher, saw him during the war and said one time Pete tore into third base so hard he ripped the base out of the bag and out of the ground. It flew 10 feet away. In 45, Pete was playing in Fort Lee, Virginia, and it wasn't even a stadium, it was just a field. And the field was ringed by some kind of makeshift fence. It might have been a hedge. Pete was chasing a fly ball, ran through the hedge, which wouldn't have been so bad, except on the other side of the hedge was a ditch, like a drainage ditch, somewhere between 10 feet and 25 feet deep, depending on the telling. Pete tumbled into the ditch and he injured his right shoulder, his throwing shoulder. He sat out the rest of the season hoping it would heal, but it didn't heal. So when he got back to the Dodgers, when the war was over in the spring of 46, DeRocher tried to play him at third base. And one day Pete was making a throw across the field and he really felt something tear in his shoulder. And they x-rayed it and it turned out he had a separated shoulder. That's when I think it's the ligaments that connect the shoulder blade to the collarbone are either badly stretched or ripped. And today, of course, a player would immediately go into surgery and rehab. In 46, though, even though they knew what it was, they did x-ray, they knew what it was. The Dodgers did not want him to get any kind of surgery. They thought he'd missed too much time and who knows if he'd even recover. So Pete played the entire 1946 season with a separated shoulder. And that is that's as dedicated, I think, as you can get. He said every time he made a hard throw, his arm would be dead for half an hour. It was hurting so bad. But strangely enough, he could still hit and run. And that was the season that Pete stole home 7 times. He had developed this technique to, study the pitcher and the catcher, and he just was good at picking the right times. And by mid-season, he was just terrorizing the National League pitchers because they saw him dancing off third base. And there were times when they'd walk the batter they were facing because they were so nervous. And I uncovered one time where the bases were loaded and Pete got the New York Giants pitcher, Johnny G, so nervous that G hit the batter. And Pete waltzed in with the might have been the winning run or go-ahead run. It didn't count as a steal of home, but it was effectively the same thing. The Dodgers almost won the pennant in 46. They tied for the Cardinals for the league lead and then played a playoff. It was amazing how many quotes I found from writers and other players and observers who said the Dodgers would have won in a cakewalk if Pete had been healthy the whole season. He missed games because of the shoulder. He slammed into the outfield walls twice that season, sustained another concussion. He burned his hand on an oven somehow. He pulled a hamstring late in the season, excuse me. And then finally, in the, I think, third to last game of the season or so, DeRocher put on the steal sign. Pete was on first base. Pete took a long lead off first. The Phillies pitcher tried to pick off, and Pete slid back into first and broke his ankle. It just kind of snapped. It got caught, the spikes got caught in the dirt. So he's really beating himself up to win. And DeRocher at the end of that season said Pete was a guy, we would have won. If Pete hadn't got hurt, he's a guy who would have sacrificed an arm or a hand or a leg or his own head to win the game for the Dodgers. And Leo was, it sounds like exaggeration, but he really wasn't. Pete really had almost no fear, no sixth sense of when the danger was coming, and really would run himself into the ground to win for the Dodgers. I have more to say about the war years and after the war years, but I'd just like to pause and see if people have more questions.
I'm just filled with questions today. You think he had kind of a mental problem or something? I've seen this from some people that just don't really have a conception of their own ability to get injured. And I'm just wondering whether there was almost a little bit of a psychological disorder, and I'm not saying this in an accusatory manner. It's also very generational. There were guys who just, you want to do the best you can. And so, your own physical welfare is not really a factor. But this is a guy who I believe was carried off a field something like 11 times on a stretcher. I've never been carried on a stretcher, and he's, and I hope I don't beat his record in the next few years. But you'd think you'd take the hint after a while.
One would think that one would get the hint that this was not a productive way to play. In terms of a disorder, I don't know if he had any kind of mental disorder other than he just wanted to win so badly that he didn't notice people and objects around him when he was like chasing a fly ball. Actually, Dixie Walker, okay, in the 41 season, his first full year in the majors, Pete ran into Dixie Walker at least 3 times. Dixie Walker was the Dodgers right fielder. And he ran into another teammate named Tommy Tatum, and he almost barged into Pee Wee Reese one time. And Walker said to the press, I yell when, I'm in the vicinity, but I swear Pete doesn't hear me. And I guess Pete didn't. Jimmy Cannon, who was a sports writer for New York Post, I believe, he wrote this long essay once about how when Reiser is going for a fly ball, it's as though the whole field, the ballpark, the fans, the other players just vanish for him. All he sees is the ball. And he said he played with like a wild and frightening beauty. It was thrilling to watch Reiser play this way. But even the fans would, as this went on for years, the fans would shout, look out, wall, wall. But Pete didn't seem to hear it. His concentration was so great. On top of that, the managers of the time voiced their admiration for the way Pete played. They wanted players to go all out to the point of injury. DeRocher said he admired Pete for continuing to run into the wall. He said a lot of guys would get wall shy. Well, players should, rationally speaking, get wall shy after slamming into it for the first time. but he liked the way Pete played. Thought it was a good example. And then as now, there was that fear among top athletes, if you sit out too long, somebody's going to take your place. So, I think all this added up to, it was a combination of intensity and wanting to please the manager and fearing for one's job. And I think that's what drove Pete.
DeRocher also said that Reiser had more power than Willie Mays, and DeRocher managed both of them. I always thought that was an interesting comment. Reiser died.
I don't think that was true.
Okay, whether he said it or whether it was true.
Oh, no, he said it. But I mean, if you look at Pete, he did hit some home runs, but he was more of a doubles and a triples guy. He might have been faster than Willie Mays, though. I mean, that's certainly possible.
Reiser died at age 62. I assume all of this took its toll. I mean, that's pretty young to die.
I talked to his daughter for the book, and she said he was constantly in pain in his later years, just like his shoulders would hurt and he would have headaches. But really what killed him early was smoking, and he got emphysema or some other kind of, respiratory disorder. That's really what put him eventually in the hospital and killed him at the age of 62. He was a lifelong smoker, apparently.
Those butts will get you.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, let me just adjust this. All right. Who?
Hey, Dan?
Yes. Wait,
I've got a question for you. So I'm reading the book right now. And when he talks about his brother's death, he also makes it like a near-death experience for himself. Do you think that experience might have influenced his recklessness or the way he played, because he had felt that he was near death, and plus what happened to his brother, that maybe that kind of made him go all out because of a different experience in life because of that?
Certainly possible. He maybe in a bad way, he lost his fear of death, having almost experienced it himself and seeing his brother die, and he didn't care. But I'm speculating. I don't know if that's
right,
if that's true. But I mean, I apparently it was a searing experience, because he watched his brother, like I said in the book, like cough up blood in their bedroom or something like that. And I'm sure it left a deep scar of some kind.
Well, and the way you told it in the book too is that he ends up waking up and they thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
Or at least in the way he told it, it seemed like you weren't really so sure if that was really the case, right?
Yeah. I mean, as you will discover or have discovered reading the books, Pete sometimes told tall tales, exaggerated tales, and I didn't take everything he said as rock hard truth. I tried to investigate as much as possible and to try to back up the stories, and some of them are absolutely true. Some of them, there might have been some embellishment going on, but I guess we'll never know for sure. Anyone else? Okay, then I'm going to go on. So we're in 1946, and I wanted to back up just a little bit. Pete, during the war years, he was earning like less than $100 a month in the Army, and he wrote to Branch Rickey during the war and asked for money. The first time he did it, Rickey advanced him like a couple $1,000s. The second time, Rickey replied with a nasty letter, turning down the request and accusing Pete of not taking care of himself, drinking too much. And this was in the background when Pete came back to the Dodgers after the war. Rickey signed him to a contract where he was basically earning the same amount he earned before the war, $10,000. And Pete was very unhappy with this, because he hadn't had a real salary for 3 years, and he had a wife and he had a kid. So in May of 46, agents for the Mexican League, which was an outlaw league south of the border, they were raiding the majors trying to get players to jump, and they were offering big salaries. And an agent offered Pete $100,000 to jump down to Mexico. 3-year contract, $100,000. Big money at the time. And Pete seriously considered it. So seriously that DeRocher called Rickey And, oh, sorry, Branch Rickey by now was the general manager of the Dodgers, not the Cardinals. He had taken over during the war. And DeRocher called Branch Rickey, said, you got to get here, and convinced him not to jump. Rickey got on a plane, flew from Brooklyn to St. Louis, where the Dodgers were playing, and had a one-on-one meeting with Pete. And Pete got a small raise out of that. But throughout the post-war years, we think of Branch Rickey as a great man, as a visionary, and a good man for breaking the color barrier. But he was also very cheap. And Pete always felt he could not get a fair salary out of Rickey. And he wasn't the only Dodger and Cardinal previously to think that. Pete also probably felt some jealousy because the players that he was grouped with in the press sometimes, meaning DiMaggio, Musial, Ted Williams, believe it or not, he was put on that level in the press, but he earned like maybe 1/3, 1/4 of what those guys were earning. So 46, 47, 48, some resentment was gradually building up between Reiser and the Dodgers, especially when Rickey wouldn't approve surgery for Pete's separated shoulder. Finally, after the 46 season, Pete did get the surgery and was able to throw better after that, although not with the same ability he had before the war. In his early years, he had a rifle arm and led the league in assists, but it wasn't the same after the injury. So we get to 47. Pete is not the center of attention, obviously, during spring training that year. That was the year Jackie Robinson joined the Dodgers. And during spring training, some of the players worked up a petition that they were going to present to Rickey to keep Robinson off the Dodgers. They took it to Pete. They figured Pete's from Missouri. That's kind of the South. Maybe he'll sign it. And Pete gave them an absolute no. He always told the story about during the war years, his daughter had been sick. He took his daughter to a black doctor. The doctor gave her penicillin and cured her. And he told Dixie Walker, what would you have done if that was your daughter? Walker said, I would have walked away from that doctor. And Pete said, you're insane. So once Robinson debuted, let me go back. Opening day of 47, this was Robinson's debut in the major leagues, historic day. Strangely enough, Pete got all the headlines that day. If you look in the next day's newspapers, he hit the game-winning double. And the writers were very focused on Pete in their stories. And I do wonder, was that because of discomfort with the idea that Robinson was now in the majors, or maybe they were more generously, maybe they were trying to keep the pressure off Robinson. It was an interesting thing that happened. Early 47, Pete is playing center field regularly. He's still having trouble with his broken ankle from the previous year. The ankle still hurts. He's still having a little bit of dizziness. June 4th of that year, he goes back to deep center field at Ebbets Field, trying to catch a long fly ball off the bat of the Pirates player, Cully Ricard. Slams really hard into the fence this time. Opens up a big cut on his head, gets another concussion. The bleeding was so bad that when they brought him to the clubhouse, somebody called a priest. Pete was Catholic. And the priest gave him the last rites there in the clubhouse. Turned out not to be that bad. Pete was sent to the hospital, diagnosed with another concussion. And this time, unlike his previous concussions, he stayed in the hospital for about 4 or 5 days. He actually spent a month, more like 5 weeks out of the lineup, which was the most the Dodgers had ever let him rest after a concussion. He came back second half of the season. But while he was gone, the Dodgers had begun to change. The offense got a new spark plug in Jackie Robinson, who was very much like Pete as a player. Good hitter, some long ball power, but really more of a doubles and triples guy, high batting average, big time threat on the bases, made pitchers nervous. And the offense was now geared more around Jackie than Pete, partially because Pete, when he came back, didn't have the same power, still prone to dizziness in the outfield, didn't have the same speed anymore, although he was hitting, he could still hit. He actually hit about 360 in July and August of 47 as the Dodgers raced ahead of the National League and eventually clinched the pennant. 47 World Series, second game. No, yeah, the second game, Pete's playing center field and he just has an awful day. He can't seem to catch anything. He's only credited with one error, but it sounds like he really made more like 4 when you read the play-by-play descriptions of the game. The next day, he was on first base. He tried to steal second, jammed this time his right ankle into second base, broke it. He told the doctors, though, the doctors x-rayed him, told him he had a hairline fracture. He said, don't tell the Dodgers I broke my ankle. He didn't want Ricky to have reason to cut his salary the following year. So Pete gets his ankle heavily taped up and he goes back, he sits on the dugout in game 4 of the World Series. This was the famous game where Bill Bevins of the Yankees pitched a no-hitter into the 9th, but was very wild. And in the 9th inning, there was one guy, Dodgers had a guy on base, threw a walk, 2 outs, and Shotton sent Pete up to pinch hit with his broken ankle. Pete worked the count to 3-1. Al Gianfrido of the Dodgers stole second base, and the Yankees decided to walk Pete, even though he had a broken ankle. They didn't know it was broken. They knew it was badly sprained. They could see he was limping. They didn't want to pitch to him, though. So they walked Pete. The Dodgers sent in a pinch runner, and then the next batter, pinch hitter Cookie Lavagetto, hit the famous game-winning double off the right field wall, scored 2 runs. It was the only hit of the game for the Dodgers, but the Dodgers won the game. Next day, Pete again was sent up to pinch hit with a broken ankle, and again the Yankees intentionally walked him. This is how much respect they had for him. The Yankees eventually won the World Series, as I think probably everyone knows. So 48, Pete is now really resenting the Dodgers for holding down the salary. He gets to spring training. He's fat, out of shape. Starts the season. His ankle's bothering him. There are bone chips in there. And basically the 48 season turned into kind of a disaster for Pete. At the end of the season, the Dodgers traded him to the Boston Braves at Pete's instigation. He wanted out of Brooklyn. 49, he's playing for Billy Southworth in Boston. Plays actually pretty well, but he can't play more than like maybe 4 or 5 games in a row. He's just too banged up by this point. And especially as the season goes on, he doesn't play the outfield much anymore. He's mainly a pinch hitter and pinch runner. Fairly effective at that, but his days as a regular are over. And he kind of bounces around his last few years in the majors, the Braves, Pirates, Indians, and he retires at age 33. 55, he comes back to baseball, this time as a manager. He's been working in like a lumber mill. He's desperate to get back into baseball. The Dodgers offer him a managing position in Class D ball in Thomasville, Georgia. He takes it. Spends the next 5 years managing in the minor leagues in the Brooklyn system, in the Dodger system. And it turns out he's a pretty good manager and coach. He wins a couple of pennants, and he teaches guys like Tommy Davis and Frank Howard, how to hit, how to field, and the Dodgers are impressed. At the end of the 59 season, Pee Wee Reese is let go as a coach, and Pete Reiser is hired. 60 to 64, he's on the Dodgers squad. He was on the team when they won the World Series in 63. And his main project with the Dodgers, the big club level, is with Maury Wills. Wills was close to washing out of the majors, couldn't hit. Pete kind of rebuilt him, gave him a new batting stance, pitched batting practice to him for 2 weeks, so Maury could rebuild his swing, and suddenly Maury turned in from a 220 hitter to about a 300 hitter. And then he began working on Maury Wills' base stealing skills. And Wills, who was already a fast guy, he, of course, in 1962, swiped 104 bases, was named National League MVP. And Wills gave a lot of credit in his autobiography to Reiser, said, he wouldn't be anywhere without Reiser's instruction. And Howard has a great season. Tommy Davis, who Pete had coached in like 1957 in the minors, he becomes a batting champion a couple of years in a row. Pete might have stayed in LA forever, but he's having heart problems again. and he kind of caught up in the politics. The Dodgers had hired Leo DeRocher as a coach. Walter Alston was the manager. There was some politicking going on behind the scenes. Pete was always a DeRocher guy more than an Alston guy. And when DeRocher was let go, Pete was let go too. DeRocher, when he was hired by the Cubs a few years later, he hired Pete as a coach. And Pete stayed with the Cubs on and off for about 7 years. He spent a couple of years with the Angels, actually. His main claim to fame in Chicago was he was DeRocher's #1 coach on the '69 club when the Cubs blew the pennant to the Mets. And when DeRocher went AWOL for a couple days in the middle of the season to visit his stepson's summer camp, Pete actually took over managing the team. He probably could have been a major league manager, but apparently didn't really want that. After 73, Pete retired as a coach and spent the rest of his baseball career scouting for, I think, the Angels and the Cubs mainly. And then the last couple of years, he just wasn't too sick to do much and died, as we mentioned, at age 62 in 1981. But, you know, he built a lasting legacy. People, I've run into so many people since the book came out who said either they saw him or their father saw him and they were just amazed at his abilities, how awesome a player he was. And of course, his real legacy is that he's the reason the walls are padded in most major league stadiums. Ricky padded the walls at Ebbets Field after Pete nearly died in '47. And when the Dodgers were building Dodger Stadium, they remembered what happened to Pete. And they made a point of building the outfield walls out of wood instead of brick or concrete, which is what most major league outfield walls were made out of. He really, he's the reason there's the walls, the reason probably there's the warning track. So every time an outfielder bounces off the wall, instead of crumbling to the ground, he can, you know, he should thank Pete Reiser. That's sort of the story of Pete's life. You know, I'm happy to answer more questions about the book or Pete himself, or, you know, or the Lou Gehrig book.
A quick one personally. I never hear anything about Reiser having a family or a wife or anything. Did he never marry, or does that just sort of fall out of the focus of the discussion?
Yeah, he did marry. He married a girl, a St. Louis girl, in 1942, and they separated during the war, but got back together. And what was her name? Pat. Her name was Pat, and they had 2 daughters together. One of whom just died, I think in 2020, and the other one is still living in Southern California somewhere. And I talked to her for the book, and she and her husband, they have lots of Reiser memorabilia, and they gave me, you know, tapes and pictures and things like that. And his son-in-law, Rick Tuber, is actually working on a documentary about Pete's life.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
A quick comment, Dan, if I may. You mentioned the summer camp. At my college last week, the journalist Jonathan Alter was speaking, and there was a get together afterwards at a friend's house, and they invited me to go there. And I was sitting right next to him, and he said he was a big Cubs fan. And he mentioned that summer camp, and he was one of the kids at that summer camp at that time.
Oh.
But he said at that time the kids didn't know anything about it at all. They only found out about the big brouhaha later on, you know, and everything. But
yeah,
they never saw him, never knew what was going on at all. Yeah.
Did he actually see Leo DeRocher at the camp?
No, he never did. No, he did not know. He said the kids, they didn't even know he was there. You know, maybe he visited his stepson, you know, Lorraine Day, I guess, was his wife then. They visited the stepson, but the kids did not know anything about him. Well, at least he didn't anyway. And his friends never knew about it all.
Interesting.
It was a big camp, though. Maybe there was another part of the camp too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. DeRocher got into hot water. He nearly got fired over that. But Pete did manage the Cubs to, I think, to like a 2-1 win over the Dodgers or something like that. Yeah. He was a pretty good manager, from what I understand. He won 2 pennants in the minor leagues, and I actually asked his daughter, you know, did he ever want to be a major league manager? And he said she said that he wouldn't have minded being offered, but he didn't pursue it because as he got older, he got tired of all the traveling and got tired of dealing with the press, so he didn't really seek it.
You know, he would have been a wonderful center fielder in the Polo Grounds or Yankee Stadium, where you wouldn't have been running into those walls. I mean, and he would have controlled so much of the left center and right center with his ability to retreat on balls. And of course, the Polo Grounds, which is what's up behind me, just went way, way out before it curved in again. So the smaller ballparks were really literally injurious to his career.
Yes, excuse me. He would have done well in Forbes Field. He would have done well, I guess, at Griffith Stadium. The stadiums with the deep walls. Ebbets Field, though, had the deepest part of the park, I believe, was 399 feet, something like that, and the walls, like in right center or left center, angled in pretty sharply, and it was more like 340 feet, 330 feet, something like that, and it was just kind of inevitable because he had this runaway train style of fielding, just did not seem to take heed of anything.
Yeah,
and
Duke Snyder once talked about the difference between hitting at the Polo Grounds and Ebbets Field, and he said whenever he came up to the plate at Ebbets Field, he felt if he could get the ball in the air, it had a good chance of going out or hitting a wall or something, and he'd be on second or he'd home. And he'd come up to plate at the Polo Grounds and he'd see that long expanse out toward the clubhouse with Willie Mays standing in front of it. And it's a whole different, it was a whole different psychology.
Yeah. Did he change his swing to, depending on what ballpark he played in?
I never heard him say that. I suspect he didn't because he was pretty effective, and he certainly did his damage at the Polo Grounds anyway, but I'm sure his batting average was higher at the at Ebbets Field. I mean, let's face it, the guy hit long fly balls. So you want to play in a place that where the fences are a little in. I mean, in a fantasy world, he could have played for one of Bill Veck's teams where he could have pushed Veck would have moved the fence back every time he came to the plate and then brought it in. Anyway, so same for Reiser in the outfield. Keep
I'm sure
the guy a lot of space.
Yeah.
Dan, do you know anything about his relationship with Jackie Robinson?
I'm not sure there was a really extensive relationship other than them being teammates those 2 years. I did find a quote though when Robinson was signed by the Dodgers in October of 1945. A reporter in St. Louis, which is where Pete lived, asked Pete, what do you think about this? And he said, if he can make it in the majors, more power to him. He was very much in favor of giving Robinson a chance to make it. And that contrasted very sharply with Dixie Walker, who was asked the same question around the same time. And he said, well, I don't have to worry about it because it's only a minor league contract. Robinson's only in the minor leagues. And that, of course, which implied if Robinson gets promoted, Dixie would be very worried. But Pete apparently had no problem. And he, there was the Pittsburgh Courier, which was a black newspaper in Pittsburgh. Right before Robinson debuted in 47, they ran a list of all the major Dodger players and some coaches, and they reported what each man thought of Robinson. And of Reiser, they said, he's a great player. He will play with anyone. So I think at least Pete was friendly to Jackie, if not, although it would be wrong to call him like a friend. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you very much. The detail is fascinating. Really this.
You're welcome. I enjoy talking about it, and there's a lot more in the book.
Okay, good, and it's available on Amazon and.
It's published by Sunbury Press, so you can get it directly from their website too.
Very good. Thank you. Well, we have Noel ready to go. He's going to talk about 1957, which was the year I first got interested in baseball.
Yeah, let me see if I can tee up the sharing. I have a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm writing a book, just finishing it right now, about the 1957 season, which it's the first one that I can remember. And I've always been fascinated by it. So over the course of several years, I've gone back and revisited things that happened. And it was a remarkable season. It changed baseball. I've talked before on the Giants and the Dodgers leaving. Of course, it was their final year in New York. But the book's not finished yet. It'll be out maybe in May. But I'm just going to walk you through some of the images and some of the events. We'll take a quick stroll through the year. This all presupposes that I can find it on share screen here in a minute. So give me a second and I will see what we can do.
You need some assistance, Noel?
I'm sorry?
You need
I need to get the file open. So
yes.
again,
Do that first.
let me close. If anyone wants to take a 2-minute break, they can.
I'll tell you what.
And then I'll get going.
Okay, while you're doing that, I have some 1957 trivia. So while you're getting that together,
Okay.
let me ask some questions. I have a technical issue here. I couldn't bring it up on this screen, but who managed the Pirates to 3 consecutive last place finishes and then managed the world champions in 57? I know Noel knows the answer.
Yeah, I know that one.
I'm going to guess Fred Haney.
You would be right, of course. He did a flop in Pittsburgh. But, all right, here's a harder one. Who led the majors in hits in 57, despite playing for 2 different teams? Noel, do you know the answer to that one?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening on that one.
Okay.
I'm still accessing the PowerPoint.
Who led the majors in hits, despite playing for 2 different teams in 57?
In 50, what year?
57. This is all.
I think it was Henry Aaron.
Not in hits, no.
Oh, the majors. Williams.
No, played for 2 different teams.
Oh, Shane Dinch.
Correct. Okay. I figured you'd have that one.
Yeah.
Okay. When Billy Bruton and Joe Adcock were injured, who took their places?
I know that one.
Nobody else seems to want to chime in. Go ahead. Noel.
Wes Covington.
Okay, and who was the other player that they used? They lost both Adcock and Bruton.
Bobby Thompson.
I think he was already on the team.
Frank Torrey replaced Adcock.
I was told Bob Hazel.
Hurricane Hazel, that's right.
Who was the Yankees' winningest pitcher?
Sturdivant?
Correct. Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
Not the first guy that comes to mind on that Yankee.
no, it was a tricky question.
What pitcher led his league in wins despite being on a team that won only 78 games?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, what was the answer? Repeat it. Yeah, which pitcher led his league in wins despite being on a team that won only 78 games?
Robin Roberts?
No, he comes up later. Good guess, though.
Johnny Antonelli.
No, I think they won more than that. That's the wrong league.
Who?
Billy Pierce.
Good guesses. It was Jim Bunning.
Okay.
Let's see. Lou Burdette threw 3 complete game victories in the World Series, which I'm sure Noel is going to mention. Who was the last previous pitcher to do that?
I know that one. Was it Harry Burkeen?
No.
Mathewson? Christy Mathewson?
More recently than Mathewson, but not a whole lot more.
3 wins in the World Series.
It was 1920. And it was Stan Kovaleski.
Oh. I spent time in Pennsylvania. I should know that one.
In 1957, which team set the record for fewest stolen bases by a team in a season?
1957?
Yeah.
Was it the Yankees?
It was not the Yankees.
Red Sox?
Reds.
No, the number is 13. They stole a total of 13 bases. Their leading base stealer was a part-time first baseman, Julio Becerra.
Washington?
Washington Senators.
Yeah.
Stole a grand total of 13 bases. That is the record. Which Hall of Fame pitcher led the majors in losses? Somebody's already mentioned this.
Robin Roberts.
Robin Roberts. Yeah, not wins, but losses. Which Hall of Famer led the majors in strikeouts as a batter? They didn't strike out the way they do now.
Snyder. Duke Snyder.
Snyder, yes. I think it was 104. It would be like nothing, you know. Which 36-year-old outfielder retired in 1957 with over 170 home runs and over 1,000 hits, having played for 7 of the 8 American League teams?
Can you repeat that one?
36 years old, he retired in 57, had over 170 home runs, over 1,000 hits, and played for 7 of the 8 American League teams.
Bieber?
No?
Okay.
Vic Wertz.
Good guess, no?
Ollie Moses?
I think he retired before that. That was Eddie Robinson.
Oh, yeah. Still alive, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe. Did people not like him? Did he kept bouncing around? Okay, last question. Which reserve infielder played his last major league game at the age of 31 in 1957? And 3 years later began a 26-year major league managerial career?
Red Changes?
I'm sorry?
Red Changes?
No, he played longer than that.
Okay. Can you repeat that one again?
Reserve infielder, played his last major league game in 57. He was only 31 years old. And 3 years later, as a 34-year-old, started a major league managerial career that lasted 26 years.
Danny Murtaugh?
Not Murtaugh. Good guess.
Herzog?
No.
Gene Mock.
It is Gene Mock. Very good.
I would have beat him to it, except it took me a while to get the mute button under my mouse.
All right, Noel, you're ready to go?
I think I am. If you can see
Yes, we can see.
Warren Spahn and Lou Burdett, then I'm ready to go. Can you?
Yes.
Excellent. So let me close out of the, there we go. So what we're going to talk about is what I refer to as the Sputnik season. As I said, it was the first one that I remember. And for those of you old enough to remember the season with me, or even the others, we're going to show you what the baseball season looked like many, many years ago, like 60 some years ago. It started in Washington on April 15th, 1957. Can you tell me who those, obviously that's Eisenhower on the left. If you look over Ike's shoulder in the far left of the screen, you'll see who, can you recognize Richard Nixon standing behind him?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
Nixon. Uh-huh.
And then with him, I believe that's Charlie Dressen, who started the season managing the Senators. And on the right, Paul Richards, who had taken on an unusual job at the time, unusual enough, managing the Baltimore Orioles, because they'd only been there for a couple of years from St. Louis, but he was also the general manager of the team, and Baltimore had a big checkbook. So they were anxious to acquire players and get into the competition in the American League. Richards, who had, it is alleged, some bad racial attitudes, nonetheless put in place a lot of the players that later became stars and led the Orioles up out of the second division into the first division of the American League, and even contended along about in the early 60s. Ike basically was sat and stayed in 40-degree weather to see the entire game, eating peanuts and hot coffee or hot chocolate, which was reported in the newspaper. Nixon, of course, was a great baseball fan and would later turn up at the ballpark with his daughter, and they really would watch the game and they really would enjoy it. That is Tricia Nixon, not Julie, next to him. In researching this, I came across a couple of interesting footnotes, which you guys would probably appreciate. Did you know, for example, that Stan Musial, best known as number 6, who had a great season in 1957, once wore number 19, very, very early in his career. Not too many pictures of that. We all remember Mickey Mantle as number 7, but again, is one of the rare pictures of Mantle in number 6. Henry Aaron, number 44, right? Not always. Early, I think that's 1954. Hank wore number 5. 57, of course, was the last year for the Giants and the Dodgers in New York. This is one of my favorite baseball pictures ever. That's a game, I believe, in 1954. Notice the full crowd. It's a summer night. It's the Dodgers and the Giants. However, this year, the Giants dropped down to 6th place. The Dodgers would eventually fade to 3rd. Without any question, the best team in the National League was these guys. That is Eddie Matthews. Also, by the way, one of the best fighters in the league, Henry Aaron, and somebody beat me to it, but mentioned Frank Torrey, Joe's older brother. That is Frank on the right, who was quite a good hitter. Jumping ahead a little, my first visit personally to Yankee Stadium was for the World Series that year. It was Game 6. Both Aaron and Torrey homered. Berra and Bauer homered in that game also. It was absolutely, I still remember it. It was part of the love I really had for baseball. I'd never been in a place with 61,000 people before. One of the fascinating things about 1957 was on all major league teams except for one, the Kansas City Athletics, there was at least one Hall of Famer. But I don't want the KCAs to be left out of this discussion. So you'll enjoy a picture of a future Hall of Famer who actually pitched briefly for them in 1956.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I cannot find a single National League game that year in which there was not one Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer playing in it. So Hall of Famers that year, here are some 57 guys who made the Hall of Fame as players. Obviously Gil, who I'm delighted finally made it this year, it was long overdue. Robinson, Reese, Campanella. Al Kaline played for the Tigers that year. Frank Robinson for Cincinnati. For some reason, people used to throw at Robinson quite a bit. He would always lead the league in hit by pitch. Clemente. And you're probably noticing something here. These are all the rising National League stars. And one of the things that happened this year, Ernie Banks, obviously, Aaron, Williams, Musial, and Mays. First game I went to see at the Polo Grounds I always liked, my father was a fan of Willie Mays. I loved Musial, who was my favorite player. So we would always go see the Giants play the Cardinals, so you'd get to see both of them. One of the things that was going on in the National League that year was you were getting what some people refer to as the second generation of Black stars in baseball. Aaron, Robinson, Banks, to some degree, Wes Covington, who I thought was a great player. In the National League, speaking of future Hall of Famers, there was a young left-handed pitcher, New York kid with a fastball that begged comparison with that of Bob Feller. We know probably that we're right if we said Sandy Koufax, but for 1957, was also referring to Herb Score, who was a great pitcher until tragedy struck, and it struck early in 1957 in May of that year at Municipal Stadium in Cleveland against the Yankees, top of the first inning. Cleveland's in the pennant race with Chicago and the Yankees. Score gets hit flush in the face right over the right eye by a line drive by Gil McDougall. You could hear what was described as, quote, a sickening crunch, unquote, all over the ballpark, around the box seats. Gil McDougall, I don't know whether this has ever happened. Gil McDougall, who hit the ball, didn't run to first. He ran directly to the pitcher's mound to see whether he could, be the first there to help Score. It was obviously from the very beginning. You know how these days somebody gets hit and you're relieved it's not as bad as you think it might have been? This was that bad. This was even worse. It took 45 minutes to get a stretcher to get Score out of, let's go back to that for a second. It was just horrendous. You can see the blood coming out of, there were multiple fractures to his face and cheeks. It is actually, looking back on it, incredible that the man survived. As probably many of you know, he later became a professional broadcaster for the Indians. He died a few years ago, but reflecting back on it, was considered himself say, well, you know, I had a great career as a broadcaster. That's what fate had in store for me. Little more than a week later, with the Yankees still lagging back in the American League race, this guy had a birthday party, which you have probably heard about because we all know where the guys went. Chose to celebrate it with teammates that, you know where, the Copacabana. The Yankees had a thing, the Yankees had a pretty squeaky clean image at the time. So not only were the guys breaking curfew, and not only had George Weiss warned Martin to stop instigating these things, they had to go out to the Copacabana, which was, of course, silently owned at one point by Frank Costello. It was not really the place that people wanted the Yankees, people in management wanted the Yankees turning up. The place had great entertainment. That's on the left, Dean Martin, on the right, Jerry Lewis. They're pouring a bottle of champagne, I believe it was, on the band leader when the band leader was trying to take a break. Entertainment at the Copa, great eye candy. Those shorts were blue mink. You know, you don't get the opportunity very often to use the phrase blue mink in a baseball discussion, valued at $200 a pair. I'll leave that alone. Here's how the party looked. Somebody came along with looks like an early Polaroid, and got a picture of the celebrants. It went off the rails. The guys were there to see Sammy Davis Jr., but couldn't hear the show because Sammy was trying to perform, and an obnoxious bunch of drunks came in while Sammy was performing. And then it might have let that go, but some of these guys who were from the Bronx and who were Yankee fans started heckling and making racial aspersions at Davis. Hank Bauer told the guys to shut up, and the Washington Times reported when this fight got into the news that Hank Bauer requested that one of the bowlers, quote, perform a physically impossible sexual act, unquote, on each other, on himself. And then people discussed whether to go downstairs to the washroom, and somebody, of course, threw a punch. There's the guy who started it, if you can see my pointer, in the hospital nursing his broken jaw. Bauer took the rap for it. Over the course of the years, other stories that have emerged as to actually who threw the first punch. I've got some notes here. The bowler called the police, and the police were under instructions not to go into remember the ownership of the Copa, not to go into the Copa for anything, let the security people in there take care of things. So the guy who had been punched claimed that he wanted to make a citizen's arrest on Bauer. And that didn't get very far, but since the brawl got into the newspapers, the district attorney called together a grand jury. And among the people, Bauer was called before the grand jury and denied hitting anybody. Yogi was called, and his quote was, quote, "Nobody did nothing to nobody," in the men's room or whoever, or downstairs where it took place. Mantle's testimony was priceless. I'm going to read an excerpt from it. "Well," asked the grand jury, "did you see a gentleman lying unconscious on the floor near the Copa entrance?" "Yes, I did," Mantle answers. "All right. Do you have an opinion as to how this could have happened?" Mantle thought about the question and then, with a serious look on his face, said, quote, "I think Roy Rogers rode through the Copa and Trigger kicked the man in the head," unquote. At which point the grand jury broke up laughing, and an hour later, all charges were dismissed against the Yankees. That didn't mean they were out of hot water, however, because Martin, the birthday boy, found himself in a new uniform, exiled to Kansas City, as so many Yankees were for one reason or another. But it brought some seriousness to the Yankees ball club, who I think it were like 7 or 8 games behind. They went on a winning streak through into July. Tempers flared in Chicago. There was a major brawl at Comiskey Park. Art Ditmar knocked down or brushed back Larry Doby with a pitch that went all the way to the backstop. When Ditmar came in to cover the plate, Doby later alleged, and frankly, I believed him, that Ditmar made a racial remark and both benches emptied. Moose Skowron, who was the first baseman for the Yankees and a Chicago native, had to come out and serve as one of the peacemakers. Interesting thing in this picture, 97, that's the Bat Boy. Look at the Bat Boy, just taking all of this in. Enos Slaughter was one of the main participants, left the field with his uniform torn apart. And nonetheless, the Yankees streaked to the top. The White Sox started to crumble after the brawl. The Yankees went into first place. The other notable thing, I'm about to switch into the National League. The other notable thing was Ted Williams and Stan Musial. Ted Williams in particular was having an incredible year late in his career. I believe he hit 388 for the season. And for a large part of the season was hitting over 400, and there was speculation of whether he would hit 400 again. Eventually, both these guys, as you know, Horace Stoneham and Walter O'Malley were making trips back and forth to the West Coast. Eventually, these guys would come together again in California, but it was pretty well known that both teams were going to leave. Stoneham made his announcement in August, I believe, and O'Malley wisely held his announcement till after the season ended. But for now, these were the guys powering the Braves. Aaron Matthews, 73 home runs, 226 RBIs together that season. That would be a career for some people. On the mound, Warren Spahn winning 21 games. The only thing standing between in front of the Braves' first pennant in Milwaukee was the St. Louis Cardinals and this kid right in the middle. That's Vaughn McDaniel. I had a real affinity for young Vaughn because he just seemed like a kid, which he was. He was 18 years old, came in as a midseason flash, a bonus baby, played for the Cardinals. He and his brother were seen as the second coming of the Dean brothers. That's Dizzy Dean, obviously on the left, Vaughn in the middle, Lindy McDaniel, who later had a wonderful career, which stretched way into the 1970s. I believe he ended his career with the Yankees as a reliever. But for the time being, in the summer of '57, these guys were on the front pages of not just the Sporting News, but all of the syndicated magazines. They were in a lot of the Christian publications because they were devout Christians from Oklahoma. They were pretty good guys. Vaughn was eventually 7-5 for the season and then just disappeared. There were a lot of theories of what went wrong, shoulder injury, this or that, changing the delivery. It just left him. He was an absolutely unbeatable pitcher for about a month. And then he tried to change the rotation on the ball maybe, or with his arm. The Cardinals may have overused him trying to win the pennant. I remember watching a game on television at Ebbets Field where Vaughn pitched a 2-hit shutout against the Boys of Summer. The Braves eventually, I'm sorry, I missed a frame. Let's go back. The Cardinals took a strong run at the Braves. Then there was a big series in September. The key game was played on September 23rd in Milwaukee. Hank Aaron was having an MVP season, his first great year. He was otherwise really kind of ignored outside of Milwaukee. It was the first time people really sensed what a great player he was. Aaron hit the home run at the end of the in the 11th inning against the Cardinals, which basically drove the Cardinals out of the pennant race. The Braves obviously played the Yankees in the 1957 World Series. Mantle was injured in a play at second base, collision with Red Schoendienst. Both of them actually left the series. Aaron hit .393 with 3 home runs. As I said, I saw one of those home runs, and I had no perspective at the time because it was the first game I'd ever seen at Yankee Stadium. But the ball went to left field, and if you can remember where the bullpen was out there at 4:02, and then the grandstand, I think about 4:30, the ball went several rows back beyond that. It's on YouTube. If you Google Game 6, 1957 World Series, you'll see 3 or 4 absolutely fascinating minutes on that game. Nonetheless, Bushville, which is what Milwaukee called themselves, won. Phenomenal part of the story of 1957. You know, O'Malley is in the Hall of Fame. There's a movement that Horace Stoneham should be in the Hall of Fame. The guy who really should be in the Hall of Fame is Lou Perini, because he took the Braves from a failing operation in Boston to a pennant in Milwaukee in, what was it, something like 6 years. There's the celebration at Yankee Stadium toward the end. One of the things that fascinates me is how baseball looked so different back then. Look at this. What a beautiful World Series it was. Played in the daylight. There was one travel day between the first 2 games were at Yankee Stadium, then 3 in Milwaukee, and then the final 2 at Yankee Stadium. Look at this, Yankee Stadium. I believe that's during the World Series. Not sure which game that was. I think it actually was the one where I was present. My father and I sit down there to the left of the foul pole, if you can see my pointer, and Aaron's home run, I remember it going into the seats over here, unless it was over here, but it was quite a shot. And everybody's head just shot from right to left, sitting down where we were. That's Lou Burdett. Somehow I missed a picture here. Let's go back to this. This is the second game of the World Series, 1957 again. Notice how men are wearing suits. We've got Eddie Matthews in the center of the picture on deck. Hank Aaron hitting. That's Bobby Shantz. Notice the bleachers packed. The upper deck, 3 decks. The Yankee Stadium was the only place that had 3 decks back then. Every seat was taken. This is essentially the type of picture that I still have mentally from going to that World Series. So again, Lou Burdett, who won 3 games in the World Series of that year. So why do I call it the Sputnik season? 2 reasons. First, the Soviet satellite was launched on October 4th, 1957 on the travel date between the 2 games, the second game and the 3rd game of the World Series, launching the space age and the space race. Our government was surprised. It caused shock in Washington. Sputnik would make 4 trips over the United States every day. When it came across in the evening, you could go outside, look and see this little star that was moving in the sky. And it was, I can't tell you the paranoia that engendered in that era, that the Russians had something that was going up in the sky over the United States. People in Washington were not pleased. How could they be? But there's another meaning of the word Sputnik. The original meaning in Russian meant co-traveler, or fellow traveler. Draw your own conclusions about who was traveling around together during that season and what it led to. O'Malley, Stoneham boarding a plane. After the season was over, these guys took their teams with them. Baseball in the world would never be quite the same. And when the Dodgers finally announced that they were leaving, it was the same day in which it was announced that Sputnik was going to crash down to Earth. And that is where we conclude. Thank you.
No, I've got a question about the Dodgers and the Giants from that year.
Sure.
Did you go to any games at the Polo Grounds or Ebbets Field? And if you did, what was the mood inside the stadium as the fans sensed the end coming?
Well, I went early in the year to a memorable game. I did not go to Ebbets Field that year. Quite frankly, my father didn't like to go to Brooklyn. It was just one of those things. He was much more oriented towards Yankee Stadium. Even though he was a working class guy from Trenton, New Jersey, he'd sort of gotten out of the working class and into the middle class, and felt that the Polo Grounds were more receptive to him, and certainly Yankee Stadium was more receptive. The mood that I remember from the Polo Grounds was actually a pretty upbeat one, but we went early in the season to see the Cardinals a couple of times. We went on very nice Sunday afternoons, and the team hadn't really crashed into sixth place yet. One of the fascinating things about the season was that on July 4th, or around the All-Star game, there were 5 teams that were still viable for possibly winning the pennant, and the Giants still had an outside chance. So it was really the back end of that season where you got into the really kind of grim stuff at the Polo Grounds, where 2,500 people would show up to see the Giants play against the Cubs, and if you watched it on TV, you could actually hear the players talking to each other. What was memorable about the game that I went to had nothing to do with baseball, actually, because like many 10 or 11-year-old kids at the time, I loved to watch the pro wrestling. And seated about 30 feet away from us, I noticed right away Johnny Valentine, who was one of my favorite wrestlers of the era, and his son, who looked just like him, who later became a professional wrestler in his own right. But again, it was a delightful afternoon. And as a kid, I was sort of spared the agony of thinking, the team really could move. But of course, that was in the air because Stoneham was talking about Minneapolis before he was hauled along to San Francisco. Anything else, or we can toss it back to Barry?
Yeah, other questions for Noel?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was great.
I thought your images were fantastic, Noel. Great
Thank you.
pictures. I love every one of them.
I feel like I opened a scrapbook for you guys, and
Yeah.
so I hope the commentary made some sense to go with it. But
Yeah,
thank you.
You did. Yeah.
I had a comment about the fight in Chicago with Dittmar and Larry Doby. That took place on June 13th. And I actually have a copy of the radio broadcast of that game with Bob Elson doing the White Sox call. The fight, it did last almost a half hour. It had almost ended, and then Martin started up again. And then all hell broke loose after that. And Martin was traded 2 days later. And I always felt that maybe that was the last straw with Martin and the Yankees, that he just couldn't control himself. So they got him over there 2 days later.
I think I'm pretty sure that the deal was in the works to Kansas City before that, but it certainly didn't help his case. Martin knew he was going somewhere because he complained to, he was telling a lot of the New York sports writers right after the Copa thing that he claimed he didn't cause it, but he had been warned and warned and warned. And you have to, the name that never comes up that much with Martin being traded was Bobby Richardson. Martin had been the second baseman And Bobby Richardson, who was just up for the minor leagues, was hitting 381 at the time. So getting rid of Martin solved two problems for the Yankees. It put Richardson, who was a clean living guy who was not going to get involved in bar fights. It put Richardson at second base, and it got rid of Martin. The other rookie the Yankees had that year was Tony Kubek. So the Yankees were remaking themselves very nicely, and getting rid of Martin, who George Weiss and the owners considered was a bad influence on the younger players. It was just a good fit getting rid of him.
Okay, other comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Noel. Glad to have you back and healthy.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Okay. Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll wrap up the meeting.
I guess he should unshare his screen.
Okay, you can stop sharing now. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to add?
Thank you for allowing an Easterner like me to address the group.
We're happy to have you here.
I enjoyed it very much. Thank you for having me too. It was a good audience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, we appreciate it. All right, well, have a good afternoon, everybody.
All right.
Yep, you too. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.